Hello, Dave. Hello.
The workday is coming to an end.
It is 5 o'clock. I will see you all tomorrow.
But Gwynn and Chris are just getting started.
Sports talk it is.
Your hosts, Tony Gwynn Jr.
You know what? It fits in line with your like of sports.
And Chris Illo.
I'm kind of rooting for you in the Fantabulous Sports Game Show until a moment ago. Now I hope you get your butt wiped again.
Oh, whoa. That means something else.
It's time to get you up to speed on all things sports.
Yes!
With plenty of nonsense in between.
Oh, look! Here comes our fearless producer!
Gwynn and Chris starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
I'll tell you one thing. If there was ever a day to have 4 full hours of Gwynn and Chris, today is the day. Man, what kind of crazy weekend was that? A lot going on in sports as we welcome you into another week of Gwynn and Chris. Chris Illo, Tony Gwynn Jr. And today, anyway, Mr. Frank, Big Frank Marchese, sitting in for Scraby, who has, you're probably aware by now, worked the midday show today. Tomorrow we'll be back with everybody in their normal spots, but we're happy to have Frank alongside. Tony, of course, is up in L.A., and will be with us here for a little bit before he heads on over to the ballpark for tonight's ball game between the Dodgers and the Padres. So we're always excited when those two teams play. And I'll tell you what, Tony, maybe 30 different ways could start the show today. I mean, it would certainly not be absurd to start with this Blockbuster trade. Rafael Devers is now a Giant. We could start with the NBA going to game 5 tonight, tied at 2. We could start, of course, with the Padres, winning a must game after not a must game, but must in terms of how they lost on Saturday night. We could also start with San Diego State's own J.J. Spawn. What an unbelievable finish to the U.S. Open. But Gage Wood takes the first headline of the day. And everybody's like, who's Gage Wood?
How about them 16 punchies, right?
How about 19?
19. I had the 6 flipped over the wrong side.
Yes, this guy from Arkansas just completed the 3rd no-hitter in World Series history against Murray State. He struck out 19 in a no-no, hit 1 batter.
There's that number again.
I know. Yeah, 19. It jumps up every time. And by the way, we're always thinking of your dad, especially on days like today, Tony.
Yeah.
But Gage Wood, congrats to him. And Arkansas moves on. That's it's the first no-hitter anyone's thrown in the College World Series in 65 years. And to do it with a 19K performance, 19 no walks. Somebody tell Dylan Cease that we will settle for that tonight.
Right.
Against the Dodgers. All right. We're going to get to all of it, of course, as the show goes on today. But we got to start with that victory, which I said must win. And I know I'm being stupid. There's no must wins in June. But when you lose a game like the one they lost Saturday night, it sure feels pretty nice to come back and get the one the following day and get the taste out of your mouth. And, I credit for the Padres for doing that one, Tony.
Yeah, this is why you want a team that, after they've won 5 of 6 and they get on the plane, it's no different than if they've lost 5 of 6 getting on a plane. They don't get rattled. I was impressed with the win yesterday because it was the first time that I could remember this year where they lost a game that way and had to respond. And I thought they responded in a terrific way. Nick Pivetta was once again being Nick Pivetta. I was asked before the game, before his start earlier in the week on a radio hit on MLB Network, how good has he been? And I said he's been as advertised and some. And yesterday that was on display. He threw the ball extremely well. He neutralized an offense that had been on fire, really, even before the Padres got there. And it was a response. Offensively, dare I say we're starting to see signs. I think 4 of the last 6, they've had big offensive days, and that came against the Dodgers and Diamondbacks. Even the game before that they lost, it was a big offensive day. They added runs in that game, and still that's what made it so gut-wrenching, is that it wasn't like the Padres scored their 5 and like sat on it. They scored again to add to it, and so I'm encouraged. I'm especially encouraged by what I've seen from Toddy. It hasn't been the April explosiveness with the homers and the slug and the bags and like everything, but it's been influential in how the offense is operating. He's getting on, he's drawing walks, he's kind of stealing some bases again. And when he's on, it's just with the exception of the first night in Arizona, where he was on multiple times and no one else really did anything.
Right.
The offense is just different when he's on and getting on like that. It's even more dynamic when he's, slugging and doing everything like we saw him do in April. As I said on the broadcast, I don't see him getting back to that unless this portion happens first, where he's drawing the walks, he's having these good ABs. It was encouraging to watch that the Padres kind of bounce back in that way yesterday.
I agree. I mean, I was I don't get too nervous for a game in June, but I was a little nervous because I knew that we would have to face a firing squad here on the show today. That's what
we're always nervous about.
Yes,
It's nothing to do with the actual game.
Right. It would have been the firing squad.
What are we about to deal with on the show on Monday?
I read at least a couple of tweets after the game Saturday night that, said the season is flat out over.
I got to read you one of my favorites.
Yeah, read me one of them.
Let me pull this one up.
While I'm looking it up, I mean, the general assumption when they lost Saturday night was they're finishing in 4th. They're going to fall way below the Diamondbacks. They can't hit. The pitching is in tatters. The organization is lying to us about when Darvish and King are going to come back. It was one thing after another, and I read it multiple times.
I found it. Let me read this.
Yeah, what you got?
I won't even read who it was from, but I'll just read you what they said. Well, it was nice while it lasted. Padres have thrown in the towel on this season.
Clearly
are not a playoff team and should start looking to 2026. I have tickets for the June 23rd Tatis bobblehead game I'll be giving away. First to DM me gets the tickets.
Wow. That was it. Just gave him away, huh?
He was just done. He's done.
Ball game. Yeah. I could see the reaction, and I knew that if they followed up with another loss on Sunday and with 4 games coming up, this week in LA, that there would be a lot of people jumping off the bandwagon. And that's honestly, it's kind of understandable because that's the frustration, and that's what, fans do. And so, so be it. But the Padres didn't do that. And Manny said after the game Saturday, I wouldn't do anything differently. I'm going to, and Mike Schultz, I'm going to put Suarez out there the next time, and he's going to get the job done. And I think most of us believe that. He did not do it Saturday night. And those guys did have some good swings and hit some line drives. And, look, Perdomo's triple was only a triple because Fernando was playing him so far into right center field. Now, why was he doing that? Because nobody should be able to ever pull a Suarez 100-mile-an-hour fastball down the line like that. But guess what? Perdomo did it. So give him the credit.
I believe it was a changeup.
A changeup, right? Okay.
I believe it was the changeup.
But they were playing him to never pull the ball like that.
Exactly.
So, that's why 3 runners were able to score. And so, look. It
wasn't just, by the way, it wasn't just that. Toddy still got over there quick. But one of the things that I often enjoy about that park is some of the kind of
there's a quirky bounce over there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the way that chain link fence is angled, if it hits the corner that's closer to, I guess, the right fielder, if it hits that corner, it kind of kicks back towards center field. And that's what happened. Toddy is playing it like it's going to kick back to him. Instead, it kind of shoots to his left. And so he got to kind of go in there, dig it out. Yeah. And that gave him plenty of time to get the 3 at that point.
The third run. So, but that was a gut-wrenching loss for any of us.
Heck yeah.
I mean, there's no question.
Yeah. Those are the type that everybody feels. And I get that.
And when you lose those, a lot of teams can go on and lose 4 or 5 more before they get right. So that's why yesterday game, went under the old must win that's not a must win category for me. And I was really happy with 3 things. Number one, I like to just Xander to contribute and get the ball rolling with an RBI double. He hit the ball on a line almost every time up Saturday night and Sunday, and he never gets anything to show for it, and everybody thinks he's terrible. And I just, he finally hit a line drive that nobody caught, and it went down in the corner, and that helped. Secondly, Jay Cronenworth has not had an at-bat better than that one this year, Tony. I think you'd probably agree, right? 10 pitches down in the count, 0-2.
He's had some at-bats like that have turned into walks, but not homers.
Not homers, right. To slug one out, that was big. Now you're 3-0, and you've got contributions from a couple of guys, frankly, you'd like to be seeing more contributions from. But here's my favorite moment of the day. Fernando's on first. I think it was still 3-0 at the time. And he takes off for second. And I know that you out there all thought, wow, I hope Arise takes this pitch so that Fernando can steal second, because that's what we want him to do. And Arise just drilled one down the line, and Fernando walked in from first. Oh, Tony, I love that. All of the people were so critical of him swinging last week. Not only that, that's the second time now he's driven in Fernando from first base on a hit and run. So it's actually worked 2 of the 3 times he swung, and yet people still hate, the fact that he popped out the other day.
The other thing is, Luis, he can put on his own hit and run. I'm pretty sure,
right,
if he wants to. So we never know what exactly the reason he's swinging when he's swinging. But yeah, I definitely took notice of that too. As Toddy took off with another good jump.
Yeah.
And he basically he's fly swatted a fastball down the right field line. And you got to see Toddy just his beautiful strides go from first to home.
Loved it.
I definitely thought about that. I know there's going to be some people that are initially pissed because they saw the jump, but then saw the ball go down that right field line. They're like, go, go, go.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And guess what? None of them will remember it the next time Arise flies out.
No, they won't.
Because he should get a hit every time. Manny keeps it rolling. You said it, Fernando, 4 hits, 8 hits on the weekend. Hopefully this is a prelude for him for a big series in L.A. It's still been a little while since the home run, but he had a couple of he had 3 RBIs the last 2 games, and he'd had only 2 in the previous 25. So that means the bottom of the lineup got on base a couple of times for him as well. So everything was good with that 8-2 win yesterday. Now you take the momentum. It's the Dodgers. We'll talk more about that series. We can't go too much longer without talking about J.J. Spahn's amazing finish at the U.S. Open. So all of it to come. Gwynn and Chris on a Monday. Glad you're with us on 97.3 The Fan.
2:17 on the clock. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Sello, Frank Marchese in the building, filling in for Matthew Scraby. Talked some Padres. Big 4-game series kicks off tonight. We have not talked about the news that broke when the Padres landed in L.A. yesterday, that Shohei Ohtani is miraculously making his start. And I say miraculously because it had been like slow played the whole time. Chris, can you hold the conversation for me? Someone's knocking at my door.
Of course, yes. Go get your sandwich or whatever it is. I get the door knocks from time to time. Look, Ohtani makes the start tonight. My thing is this. First of all, it's a big deal. He hasn't pitched for the Dodgers yet, right, since he came over from the Angels. So this is his first time pitching for the Dodgers. The entire world is already at Dodger Stadium because the Padre-Dodger series, and now it's going to even probably be twice that. The Japanese media is going to go out of their crazy mind more than they normally do because he's going to pitch.
I'm back.
I really hope, Tony, that he pitches one inning tonight and the Padres get like 5 off him.
I do too.
Nothing against Ohtani, but this could set the tone of the whole series. I feel like Dave Roberts picked this exact day for a reason. I don't think it just organically falls tonight. I think it's right.
It's not happenstance. It's not. It's
right.
not.
I think he's saying we're gonna upstage everything, and we're gonna start Ohtani tonight and get the focus on the Dodgers and get it on us. And he's gonna come out and set the tone. And I hope that the Padres can upset that apple cart a little bit.
I don't know that it has anything to do with those things. I do think that the circumstances of their roster and where they are have brought them to a place where this could be a possibility. And I think it doesn't hurt that he's probably been ready, but they probably didn't want to use him until the very, last 2 months of the season in the sprint for whatever they could be up for. But their injuries have kind of, I think, forced them to at least have to consider it. And if you're considering it and he's able, I mean, why wouldn't you start him against the team that has probably played you the toughest the whole time? It certainly is great for Major League Baseball. Right.
Yeah, sure.
You got the biggest rivalry, I think, right now that's actually popping is the Padres and Dodgers. Throw a little kerosene on that with Shohei. Obviously, it sounds like he's going to pitch one inning. And I said the same thing, Chris. I hope they bust his and take it. I mean, get 5-6 runs in the first inning. It would just throw a wrench in all of that.
Wouldn't it just completely? Honestly. The best site that I saw a lot of good sites this weekend, and golf fans, we haven't forgotten JJ.
No,
believe me,
we haven't.
It's so
We're
big.
getting there.
But we're going to get him in the next segment. But I mean, JJ loved what happened, and we're going to get to it. But one of the things I saw that I liked this weekend was Dave Roberts once again pitching Kike Hernandez, this time with an 11-0 lead in the 9th inning. Only to give up 5 runs and have to come and get him with 2 outs in the 9th inning. I don't like this, and this needs something baseball needs to address. But along those lines, what if he had to come get Shohei with 1 or 2 outs in the top of the first tonight?
Oh, it would be so sweet.
I mean, that would
so
really. Sweet. I know we might be. I don't think we're begging. The Padres got 5 off him the last time. They could have a big inning. Yep. But anyway, and he hasn't pitched in a long time. So anyway, that's how the series starts. The Dodgers, I don't think, have even announced a pitcher for the next 2 games. So their starting rotation is not great. The Padres. Go ahead.
I want to say May is May
pitched yesterday. Yeah. They got Yamamoto scheduled for Thursday.
Yes,
but
that's who it is. Yamamoto's Thursday.
But that's all they have.
It's Shohei blank Yamamoto.
Yeah. But, the Padres aren't 100% either. I don't know how much you got to see Jackson Merrill and what happened. But could you – Marte knew when he put that tag that he did something, and it was going to be bad. To all of us, it still didn't look that bad. But Marte knew it was bad, and he felt terrible right away. This was not a dirty play, I don't think, and I don't think you do.
Not at all.
No.
Not at all.
But how's Jackson? I mean, 7 days is a that's a tough one for him. And right
Well, I
now,
mean,
because he won
once
this
it's-
week against the Dodgers. So
Once it's a concussion, it's 7 days.
you'd have no choice.
Getting,
Yeah.
There's no getting around it.
Okay.
I think it was just a freak deal. Like we've seen guys get tagged in the helmet thousands of times.
Yeah.
But you could tell. I mean, he almost went limp right after he got hit, and I think to me that's what Marte was.
That's what Marte
responding
knew.
to.
He knew something, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Like he tagged him, and he looking at him, and he's not moving, and he's signaling to the thing. I don't know that Marte knew what it was. He just knew it wasn't good, and so that was tough, man. Seeing Jackson the next day, just still look like he was, going through it. He still looked like he had a concussion. Yeah. It looked literally. And so I will say he looked better after the flight to LA. He was, kind of a little bit more like his normal self, but man, that was scary. It was scary at first. And then you got to see him after the game kind of moving. You knew, okay, this is he got hit pretty good.
Yeah.
No matter, you got to remember, Jackson's not a small dude. He's all of 6'3", 6'4", 2 whatever.
Yeah.
Running like the wind. So all of that momentum, a tag to the right in the forehead. Yeah, I can see that being a thing.
I guess. When he was first lying there, I really thought he threw his shoulder out or something like that.
I went straight to hamstring. I was like,
did
blow his hamstring. Man.
Yeah, I just didn't think it was going to be a concussion until it became kind of quite clear that the helmet had been jammed into his head on that tag. So, Trenton Brooks comes up. Lockridge filled in nicely, and this is what it's got to be. It's got to be next man up, and that's the Dodgers are not 100% either. So we have no excuses. Frankly, I know that we can use them, but the Dodgers are missing a bunch of guys. So.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we say next man up all the time, and it sounds cliche, but it's real. Like that's what has to happen. Next man has to step up, and we're not asking you to be Jackson Merrill. Just be able to fill the void with help. And this is the second we've seen Locke do this before, so you got a little confidence that he can hold it down while we 8 to 7 days.
That wasn't a bad catch he made yesterday, by the way, in center field. I don't think people made a big enough deal out of it, but to run basically all the way to Mesa, Arizona, because that center field fence is 430 feet away.
It's out
right,
there
and then to leap and time it and make that catch was a hell of a catch. And it was a pretty big moment when he did that. So, by the way, one last thing on the concussion. I don't know why I think of this almost every time I see a guy come walking off the field days like that. We're playing a hockey game once with the Gulls up in Anchorage, and our captain was a center named Brad Belland. His name still is Brad Belland, by the way.
Right.
He lives locally, terrific guy, but he was a captain of the team. He took a shot, no question, up against the boards. You could tell he got rattled. They rattled him on the hit, and he went to the bench.
His head got rattled.
Yes, and he went to the bench. But again, this is 20 years ago now. Okay, so people understand. He went to the bench. I don't know that he returned to the game, but I don't know that there was really any great concern over him either. He may have come back in. He may not have. But later that evening, I was going down to dinner, and I walked out of the hotel room, and Brad Belland was staggering down the hall toward me. And I said, Brad, how you doing, man? He goes, I'm perfectly fine. Feeling great. I go, all right. He goes, I'm just kind of trying to look for my room here. I go, what room are you in, Brad? He goes, I'm in 422. And I go, that's great, Brad. This is the 6th floor, though. He got off on the wrong floor and didn't even know it. So my point being, at least we do a little better job treating concussions now.
For sure.
than we used to.
For sure.
We used to let Brad Belland wander around the hotel aimlessly. Now we get a guy into concussion protocol at the, save them from any further damage. Lineups are not out for the game tonight. At least I don't have them yet. Dylan Cease, can he come back, Tony, tonight? I mean, 11 Ks, 7 shutout innings. Now you got to face the same team. I wonder if that's good or bad or neither.
I mean, Dylan's not tricking anybody with his stuff. They know what he has, right? He was just so good in terms of how nasty the slider was and how much command he had over. If he has that again, the Dodgers are going to have to deal with the same fate, I think. I don't think there's no secrets with Dylan. He got the 98 mile per hour fastball. He's got the gyro slider. He's got the curveball. And he's going to throw a ton of sliders. You know it. And so I don't know that this is one of those where, like Yu Darvish, where you don't know which Yu Darvish you're going to get on a nightly basis. That's a tougher thing to prepare for, along with how good his stuff is. If Dylan is as in command and as nasty as he was, I don't think it will matter, honestly.
Well, let's hope it does not. And as you said, Fernando 4 hits. Let's get that to carry over. And let's keep I don't need, like you said earlier, I don't need 2 homers and 8 RBIs. But I love having a little contribution from Xander, some from Jake. And we didn't even mention Diaz, who had a double and a homer.
Yes,
that doesn't break my heart either, to see somebody down there do a little damage as well. It was good to see 13-hit game. And as you said, 4 of the last 6, they've scored some runs. So people are concerned the offense might be waking up just in the right time. All right, we got one more segment with Tony, or most of it, and we got to devote a lot of it to JJ Spawn, man.
Yes,
He had me jumping off the couch at least 3 times yesterday, and I don't jump off the couch in golf. But that was really some performance, and we'll talk about it more when we come back on Gwynn and Chris. is enough said. Shohei Ohtani starting for LA. That's adding to the excitement, the buzz at Dodger Stadium.
Yes, sir.
I hope they hold your seat for you, Tony, because I'm sure the Japanese media will be overflowing in LA tonight for this.
I don't know that there's they take off. I think it's like this every day.
They just do it anyway. Yeah,
I think so.
Whether he's pitching or not. It really is kind of remarkable, honestly.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
whatever.
Very
Okay.
lucrative too.
Lucrative for him or them or
For the team and for him.
for everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dodgers are 2 games up on the Giants, 3 up on the Padres. By the way, quick congratulations to Aztec alum
Casey Schmidt.
Casey Schmidt. Yes, I know
Mhm.
people thought we were going to go JJ, and I will go JJ.
Mhm.
But Casey Schmidt, one of only a handful of guys ever to hit a grand slam in back-to-back games over the weekend at Dodger Stadium. And he could have been the first guy ever to do 3 times or 3 games in a row. No one's ever done that. But he left yesterday's game with a foot injury. Only got 1 at bat. So, but still pretty good, Tony. Not bad.
Did it come up? Did this spot come up with the bases loaded again?
No. He had just 1 at bat. He had just 1 at bat. Then he left the game. But like I said, with a little minor foot injury. But yeah, grand slam back-to-back nights. That's pretty good. Pretty good for Casey Schmidt. But he wasn't the top Aztec of the weekend.
No, he was not.
He was not. It's got to be JJ Spawn. And like I said, I don't get that enthusiastic for golf very often, but I do try to watch the majors. And, I down the stretch, it dawned on me with about 9-10 holes to go that the only way I'm going to enjoy this particular U.S. Open is if JJ Spawn somehow wins this thing. And he was in real trouble at the time.
Especially early. I mean, man.
He bogeyed 5 of the first 6 holes. Now, that might be good for you or I. But for a professional golfer to do that, that's like really embarrassing. Now, he had the second hole. I don't know if you saw, Tony. He hit his approach
I didn't see
shot.
any of it. I was getting ready for the game, so
Yeah.
Dave Marcus was the one who
He was giving you
being the
play-by-play.
bearer of bad news every
Yes.
time. He bogeyed. He bogeyed again. It's like, bro,
Yeah.
don't tell me anything unless it's positive. And so he didn't tell me.
He didn't tell you anything then.
And so the game started.
Yeah, well, he hit the second hole. He hit an approach shot that bounced off the flag stick, which normally should put the ball right
he
next
told
to
me
the
about
hole.
this one. Yeah.
And it rolled back down the hill 50 yards away from the hole.
Yeah.
I was like, what? How does that happen? So, and the thing with JJ Spawn, and I don't know him personally. We have had him on the show before.
Yes,
And understand we are efforting to try to get him on again this week, but it's not going to be easy. You know he's in demand. But the thing that the people in the golf community say about JJ Spawn is one of the things that kept him from being where, he could get was that he beat himself up too much. That was his thing on the course. If he made a bad shot, he was, didn't turn the page that well. I thought, if a guy's ever going to be tested in that category, 5 bogeys in 6 holes would test you.
for sure.
And he passed that with flying colors because he shook it off. And then he started on the 12th hole. And the first thing he did that got me jumped up was this putt, Tony, that was 40 feet.
His putting
downhill.
was unbelievable. The whole from that point on.
Unbelievable. 40-footer downhill. And all you could do is tap the ball. And then it rolled 40 feet ever so slowly. And it never went offline and dropped into the cup. And that was the beginning for him. And once that happened, everybody else started to, find the rough. And he put himself in position. And when he got to the 17th tee, it was tied. But we knew that the 17th hole was a birdie hole. Everybody had been birding it all day. So all he had to do was hit a great drive and get his birdie, and he would take the lead. I don't think he hit a great drive. He hit one of the best drives I've ever seen.
That's just great. One of the greatest ever.
To me, golfers would probably have a better, appreciation for it. But if the green is 314 feet away and you hit a ball that bounces on the front of the green and rolls up toward the cup And from the angle I was looking on television, I thought for the briefest of moments that it was going to go in the cup. Like, I thought he made it. Like, imagine driving a par 4 and making it. Anyway, it rolled 18 feet past, and he got his birdie. So now he's up by 1. And you come to the 18th hole, and everybody's seen what happened at the end. But what you don't remember, or may not, is that almost every golfer before him, Scheffler, this guy, that guy, you name it, they'd all bogeyed the 18th hole. It was just brutal. And when he stood up on the tee, it started to pouring rain. And he hit a line drive center cut. Like, you could not have hit it more in the middle than that. So now he's in good shape, but he still, got to get up and, 2-putt. And his second shot wasn't great. He pulled it, and it was 64 feet from the hole. And I thought, I don't know. That's not a guarantee that you can get down in 2 from 64 feet. That's a long way.
No, it's not.
But he did catch a break in the sense that his partner, Hovland, hit one right behind his ball. And so what did that mean? Hovland had to putt first. And JJ got a chance to read the putt. And all of us, even us weekend golfers, we're better if we see somebody else putt right before we do on the same line. And damn if that thing didn't roll right in the heart, as you know, everybody knows. And he won it. It was awesome. 64 and a half feet. Wow. So incredible. Great win. I get emotional when I see a player like that win and overcome what he's overcome, and he was emotional. I get tears in my eyes watching that. That was really great theater. Fantastic.
So I didn't get to watch any of it. And as I told you, as we're getting ready for the first pitch, old bad news Dave back here is telling me he's bogeyed 5 of the first 5 holes or something along those lines. Right. And so I'm thinking, oh, okay, well, yeah, we see this kind of story on major weekends, on major Sundays where someone has a lead and they cave. And so I didn't ask anything about it because I just assumed the worst. And so as we get to the plane, the end of the round is coming up, or
because there was an hour and a half. There was an hour and a half rain delay.
Yeah,
which he said was really big, helped him reset. So who knows?
Yeah, so I'm getting on the plane and I'm passing Gavin, and he is going nuts after JJ hit the 64-footer.
Right,
and I was like, "What happened?" And he's like, "Spawn just won it on a 64-footer," and I was like, "Wait, Spawn is he was putting for the win?" Right. He was like, "It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable." So at this moment, I was like, "Oh, unbelievable. He must have come back."
Yeah.
I was like, "That's right." So I kind of walked down the aisle. And I was like, "That's right. Aztec for life." And, I think a couple guys recognized it. Oh, yeah, he did go to San Diego State High. So there was some buzz on the plane as he knocked that putt down. It was kind of cool.
It was a great, just fantastic. The only thing that could have been better is if he had needed that to win.
Right.
The fact that he had 2 shots to win maybe lessens it a little. But, man, he still made a 64.5-foot putt to win the thing. That's incredible. And, don't forget now, this guy went to San Diego State. He's from Los Angeles. He was not recruited anywhere. That's a good lesson for any of you out there. Yeah, I don't care what sport you're playing. Keep with it. If you believe in yourself, it can happen for you. And it happened for this guy. Yeah. Bet on yourself. He also said he was ready to quit last year. He was 119th in the world. Wasn't sure if this was going to be what he could keep doing. Good thing he stayed with that as well. So that was awesome. Sure. Unbelievable finish to the U.S. Open. And like I said, I jumped up on the last putt for sure. You couldn't help it. There was no way he was going to make it. They made it.
I wish I could have seen it. It seems like it was unbelievable to see in person see live. Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. People were going crazy in the stands. So that was awesome. I tell you, sports has had some pretty good moments here lately. Not that, but how about the tennis? The French Open 5.5-hour final was last weekend. Yeah. Had some exciting things. Sports, I know it's over cliched, so I don't want to make too big of a deal out of it. But in the world we're all navigating right now, where there's a lot of split thinking out there, and people not always rooting for each other. I don't know, man. Sports seems to still bring us all together. And I guarantee you, there were people jumping up and down yesterday who were Republicans and Democrats. And,
For sure.
Sports has a way of uniting us. And there's a lot of things out there in this world that don't unite us right now,
Right.
especially. And so and you tell me, sports isn't all that important or this, that, and the other. Don't go to sleep on it. It's pretty important. We need this kind of feeling once in a while.
Yeah,
I
100% agree. Sports is still the one thing that, if left alone, gives so many different lessons across the spectrum of life. It really is. When untouched and just the process of games and having to figure out like how you deal with loss, how you deal with being embarrassed. All of these things happen in real time on any given sports event, and it's still the thing I think teaches has the best life lessons in it.
Yeah, we saw a lot of them on display yesterday in that JJ Spawn. Tony, do not miss the bus. I don't know how much time you have, but don't miss it. Get there early. Have a great call tonight. What did you decide on the suit? So you can give us a preview. He's on TV tonight, people. What's he going to wear?
I'm going with a little yellow shirt, yellow button up.
Yeah.
I got like a kind of a brown burgundy pant, and then a jacket that is how do I describe it? It's is it called, what is it, window pane? So like a brownish kind of accent color with a very light bluish gray.
It sounds like something. It sounds like something that I would look hideous in.
No,
but
not
you
at all.
will. You'll make it work, and we'll be watching.
This is a clean look for all, not just me.
No, you're good on this one. I've seen this one before. Have a good call tonight, and enjoy the series. We'll catch up to you tomorrow. Break it all down, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Tony is with us for more on the show a little bit later. Big Five, and we also have an NBA segment coming up. So we'll hear more from Tony as we move along here. We told you earlier that the College World Series had a pretty exciting moment today, too. This young man from Arkansas throws a no-hitter, only the third in the history of the College World Series, the first one since 1960. So nobody had done this in 65 years. His name is Gage Wood, right-hander for Arkansas. And how about not only a no-hitter, 19 strikeouts. That's like Nolan Ryan-esque.
It's an insane performance,
That's
especially out
pretty
of a
good.
college kid. That's fantastic.
Yeah, College World Series. So Arkansas stays alive later. LSU plays UCLA. College World Series has been good. The Stanley Cup Finals have been good. Florida got the win at Edmonton in Game 5. And now they come home with a chance to win their second consecutive Stanley Cup. That'll be tomorrow night. The guy that I'm really enjoying in this series is a guy that I don't like, and that's Brad Marchand of the Florida Panthers, a longtime Boston Bruin, traded at the deadline. He's a veteran. He's 34, I think, years old maybe, and he is a guy you love to hate. He's
Definitely.
out there. He is a pest. He's inside. He's in your face. He'll start a fight and then skate away, right? He's everything you can't stand in a guy unless he's on your team. And if he's on your team, then Brad Marchand is the bomb. And not only has he been doing all of the little fun stuff on the edges, he has also scored now 6 goals in the first 5 games of the series. He had 2 the other night. And one of them was really pretty spectacular, I must say. So Florida looking for a second consecutive Stanley Cup. That'll be tomorrow night. There was other good news this weekend. Look, I mean, we keep talking about all this other stuff. Who cares? When you find out Joey Chestnut's back in the Nathan's hot dog contest
There you go.
in a couple of weeks,
That's the
right? So
important
there
stuff.
you go, right? That's big stuff.
His
And-
sponsorship deal ran out, I guess.
Yeah, that whole thing was kind of silly in the first place. We should also mention over the weekend, Frank, that your guys on the SDFC squad
Yes.
pulled off a really big win at Minnesota in a matchup of two teams that were tied for second place going into the match. And SDFC was behind on the road, and they come back, win this 4-2, and now, next stop, Vancouver. They get the number one Vancouver club in I think it's 9 days. June 25th will be their next match.
Next Wednesday.
A week from Wednesday. But that was a great win for those guys Saturday night. So
Oh, it's fantastic. It was a great match too. It started off a little sloppy with the McVeigh own goal.
yeah,
Just tried
right.
to pass it back to the keeper. Keeper wasn't expecting it. And,
Yeah, I think own goal is just a terrible description for what happens sometimes. I mean, honestly, sometimes you're just going back trying to block a pass
Mhm.
and it deflects off your elbow and goes in. And then they put it on the sheet. Own goal, Frank Marchese did it. Yep, it was Frank, Big Frank, own goal, put it into his own net. Yep, that was Frank. Like, it seems a little rough, to be honest with you.
No, definitely. But it was made a lot better with, I don't know if you've seen it, but the goal from Anders Dryers that he had in the 11th
Dryers,
minute.
man, that he's taking
Dryer,
over.
that was just inside mid pitch, and he roped it
Love
right
it.
into the back of the net. It was absolutely a stunning goal.
Love to see
I think
it.
I retweeted it. If you haven't,
I
want to
see it again. I just, I'm just impressed. Here's what impresses me more than the victory. It was 4-2. This team, I know the soccer purist can enjoy a 1-0 game as much as any, but I'm not a soccer purist. So I need a few goals. This kind of makes it more fun for me. And I don't think I'm alone. So a 4-2, this team has been like that all year, though. They don't mind attacking. They open things up. They rely on their keeper to make a big stop, but they're going to go forward and try to score. Thank you to Mikey Veras and them for putting that kind of a team together. Not only doing that, but winning beyond that.
And this is especially a big time for it as well to get this recognition because the Gold Cup is going on. The CONCACAF Gold Cup is going on.
Yeah.
The Club World Cup just started.
Yeah.
Which is part of the reason why
some of the guys aren't playing, right?
Yes, it's part of the reason why some of the guys aren't playing, but it's also why the inner workings of the MLS are trying to get on the European schedule where it becomes a winter sport instead of a summer sport. So they all have time for this. This is Europe. Europe is off right now. So all their players are.
So all the European players are. Yeah, they're in full bore for this tournament stuff.
It's
and we're not at full bore for the tournament stuff.
Yeah, Europe is off. It's their season runs from August to May, is when their season runs. With us going from February to February to November. So they're trying to work it around to where hopefully soon they get on the European schedule. But yeah, again, a fantastic win. And to play Vancouver, you have your first test against the league leaders, best team in the MLS.
Yeah.
It's going to be in their park again next Wednesday.
Week from Wednesday. You're right now, you are 2 points behind them. They have a game in hand, meaning they've played one fewer game.
It's theoretically 5 points.
Theoretically, but I don't go by theoretics, Frank. I go by what's on the page. They're 2 points behind. And Vancouver lost the last match because they were 10-1.
Yes.
Now they're 10-2.
Yep.
So let's the SDFC, man, keep on rolling. I think a lot of people have been excited. I think, there are people jumping on the bandwagon, but not a lot yet. Wait till we get to postseason. You win a match or two. This city will get totally ecstatic over this. All of a sudden, everybody will walk around town thinking that, sounding like they know what they're talking about, with soccer.
Not just us.
Yeah, not just us who are faking our way through it also, or I'm faking my way through it. Anyway, nice win the other day for those guys, 4-2. And they're the third highest scoring team in the entire league. They got 33 goals. Philadelphia 34, San Jose 35. The only teams that have more. To me, that's what you try to do. You got to put together an expansion team that's going to have some fun. And if the wins, that's even been really a bonus to it. But I just like what the kind of style that they're playing.
And
Good
especially for a local San Diego kid in Milan Olaski, that's
really right. A local guy had 2 goals the other day.
Really turned it on as of late. He stepped up in a lot of big ways.
Nice going. All right, man. We had a lot of stars this week.
Yes.
We had Olaski. We had Spawn. We had Gage Wood today. We had Ohtani's pitching tonight. We haven't even talked about the trade. The Devers going to San Francisco. Big weekend. Get some daily Gambit. Look at tonight's Game 5 of the NBA Finals. More Gwynn and Chris coming up. until 6 o'clock. And there he is, the man who will host tonight's Padre pregame show. He'll also have the postgame show, and he's spending a minute or two with us. Very nice of him. Sam Levitt, there in the upper right corner of your YouTube picture. Sam, how are you today? I asked you last week. I said, are you going up to LA for these games? And you said, wouldn't miss it. And that was even before you knew Ohtani was going to start tonight. The buzz has to be incredible. But before I get to the buzz and tonight, I was thinking about my friend, Sam Levitt. Saturday night, somewhere around, let's say 7 o'clock, 7:15, kind of as that fourth and fifth run we're crossing the plate for Arizona in the bottom of the ninth inning. And I thought, my guy, Sam Levitt, now has to do a post-game show. How was that one for you, Sam?
Yeah, that was a rough one on Saturday. It was a rough one. However, those days do happen for the best teams and the best of closers. So, it does happen over the course of 162. But yes, when you have to throw away all your notes and things in your head about the game, and you're getting ready to talk about what a nice win it was, then you only focus on the ninth inning. So it did change a lot for sure. Yeah,
and I'm sure you saw all of the I'm not going to say, but just the people that were pretty much ready to jump off the bandwagon for good, right? After that game, I saw a lot of tweets, a lot of Padre fans, not only giving up on the season, but saying that the Padres have given up on the season and AJ better start selling off some of these guys. I mean, just, on and on and on. But the Padres don't listen to any of that. And then they come back and get a nice win yesterday. And I thought, I don't say must win in June, Sam, but based on what happened Saturday and with 4 games coming up in LA, yesterday was a really good time to win a game. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it really was. And you felt like they really, really needed that win yesterday. And I think the encouraging thing from the last 2 days, despite not winning on Saturday because of what happened in the bottom half of the ninth inning, the encouraging thing, I think, is that the offense is really looked a lot better.
Started to wake up, yeah.
Yeah, before the ninth inning on Saturday, you had to love what they did late in that game, not only taking a lead, but also adding on insurance. I mean, they did everything right in that game on Saturday. And then yesterday, having guys hit home runs. How about Jake Cronenworth and Elias Diaz and Fernando with 4 hits and Manny continuing to produce? So those were as good as signs offensively as we've seen in a while. And they needed that, even I think beyond the win itself. They needed the offense to show some signs of life and get going before obviously what's going to be a tough series in LA. So I'm with you. Big win yesterday and hopefully some momentum they can carry into Southern California here.
Yeah, Padres have scored 11. They put up a 7 and they put up an 8 in the last 5 games. And they weren't doing that for a while. They also put a 7 up in a loss in LA. So 4 of the last 6 games, they've scored 7 or more runs. That's something, when the team has been struggling. So offensively. All right, Sam, give me a feel. You got the buzz in LA. Ohtani's pitching tonight. I mean, this is as big as it gets in the world of, Japanese baseball. Yeah. And I think in a lot of ways, it's just kind of, we kind of are attracted to all of it too. What did you, first of all, what'd you think when you heard he was starting tonight? Because I think it's a bit of a kind of a gamesmanship type thing from Dave Roberts, this big series, and he's going to open with Ohtani instead of, saving him for a little quieter debut.
Yeah, I think there's a few different things to chew on, and I don't know how much the Padres being in town in particular plays a role or not, but it certainly doesn't hurt the fact that you have a division rival in town. My first reaction was wow, because it was kind of out of nowhere. I mean, they were talking like maybe he would come back sometime around the All-Star break. We know he had been throwing the simulated games, including the last one at Petco Park during that last series in San Diego. So we knew he was working his way back and he was close to returning, but obviously it's a very unique situation because of the type of player he is. He's your DH every day. He's your most important hitter every day. So this is not a situation where you send him out for a rehab assignment. I think we all understand the unique nature of the situation. And look, and I said it earlier to Scraby, I mean, this is not Dodger love it on my part. Look, the guy is who he is. I mean, he's an international superstar. He's one of the most unique players we've had in a very, very long time. And he's the only player we have like him right now, right? A two-way guy. And and he's really, really, really good at both. So, the fact that he's going to take the mound tonight for the first time in a couple of years and for the first time as a Dodger after signing that huge deal, it is significant. I think every Padre fan could understand why that is a big deal and why the eyes of baseball will be on this stadium in LA tonight, even beyond it just being Padres-Dodgers, which is a big-time rivalry, best rivalry in baseball to me right now. I do understand it from the Dodgers standpoint of it essentially sounds like the decision was if he's going to throw, why not have him throw in real games? And also, apparently, it was a lot for him to warm up, do everything he needs to do to get ready for a simulated game on the mound, to throw however many pitches he was throwing.
Yeah.
And then get ready to play a game. Like it was basically 2 warm-ups in one day for 2 games. He's like playing a doubleheader, right, essentially. So it does make sense that they would say, okay, well, you know what? If we're going to do this and he's going to, throw pitches and get warmed up, why don't we just have him do it in a game? So it does make sense to me from that standpoint. It was just surprising because, none of the reporting was that he was going to come back this week. And then it went from they're planning on him making an appearance on the mound at some point in the next handful of days to, oh my goodness, it's tomorrow. So that part of it was definitely weird and unexpected. But I think when you really think about it from the Dodger perspective, it does make, I think it makes sense.
Sam Levitt is there. He'll have the pregame coverage getting underway at 6:00. I want to ask you about the buzz surrounding Ohtani, if it's even possible that there could be more buzz with him pitching tonight. But the Dodger lineup just came out, Sam.
Yeah.
And I have a question because I thought I knew everything, but I don't. As I'll readily admit to anybody out there, Shohei Ohtani is in the lineup tonight. He's batting first as the pitcher. Now, let's just say a couple things. First, let's say he gets through the first inning and then he bats in the bottom of the first. Mm-hmm. And then as the opener, they take him out of the game. Mm-hmm. Is he allowed to then switch to a DH?
Yeah. I think when you look at the lineup, I think he's going to be listed as the DH. So, I mean, this is not a new rule, but they implemented it in 2022 when he was still with the Angels. That essentially allows a team to list the pitcher as the DH, and even if he's removed from pitching, they can
then he
remain
just stays
in the lineup
there
as
the
a
DH.
DH.
Okay,
correct.
But how about well, here's that may have answered the next one, but what if the Padres knocked him out in the top of the first inning? And so he was out of the game before he even came to the plate. Does he still get to be DH?
He stays in the game as the DH.
He just gets to stay in, huh?
Yeah, I know it goes against what the rules were for
everybody
years,
else,
and obviously they didn't have the DH for a lot of those years.
Yeah,
but I think you just got to consider him as almost like an extra guy that happens to be pitching, and he's the DH, and he can stay as the DH even if he comes out. He's just the DH who happens to be able to go out there and pitch until he's done pitching.
I don't
essentially
like it.
Is the way I think about it.
I don't like it. I'd like to see them knock him out, though.
Well,
that would really upset the apple cart.
They put in the rule a handful of years ago for Ohtani. I mean, they essentially put in the rule for Ohtani. So,
and I'd appreciate it if he was a Padre, but I don't appreciate it.
Well, and I will say, look, it is what it is. This was a rule before he was a Dodger, so it wasn't specifically for the Dodgers, but he also doesn't count against their 13 pitchers. So when you talk, think about it this way, Chris. When you talk about a playoff roster,
no kidding. He said they get an extra pitcher now.
Unless there's some different kind of rule for the playoffs that I'm not aware of, he's essentially an extra pitcher that doesn't count against your pitcher number.
I don't like
it's an advantage. It really is. I mean, think about it from a playoff standpoint in particular. That's a real advantage. But they made the rule. Those 2 rules a handful of years ago. With Ohtani in mind, and now the Dodgers are the beneficiary.
Yeah. All right. Tell me about the feeling up there. Did you feel anything? The buzz, is it any different, or is it always this way with him when he's out there?
I got to the stadium about an hour ago, and I've been setting up and running around, and I had to go back to my car, so I haven't done a ton yet. Obviously, there's nobody here yet, but look, I think Padres-Dodgers in and of itself, to me, it's the best rivalry in the game, and it's the first time the Padres have been here since Game 5 of the National League Division Series, so I think it's always a big deal and intense when these two teams meet, whether it's in San Diego or LA. But I'll go back to what I said earlier. it's obviously, a big deal to have Ohtani on the mound and have him return to the mound for the first time in a couple of years. I mean, it is part of the Ohtani story, right? He's now won an MVP only hitting, but the fact that he's an elite two-way guy is part of it. So I do expect it to be ramped up in here tonight. I think it would have been anyway, but it's going to be interesting for sure. And hey, it's going to be interesting to see A, how he looks, and B, he's got to face the big guys right off the top there, and Fernando and Manny, and so he's not being eased in against a weaker lineup for sure. He's going to have to face some big boys right off the bat.
Well, I'm a big Dave Roberts fan, and I really want to see Dave out on the field having to remove Ohtani in the top of the first inning because the Padres score 4 or 5 in the top of the first. That would upset all their plans, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, put it this way. It's not out of the realm of possibility, considering I can't imagine they're going to let him go throw 30, 40 pitches in the first inning. So even if it's a lengthier first inning, if you can really make him work, you can get him out. But it sounds like it's only going to be an inning.
Right. They say he may go 1 or 2 innings. We'll see how it goes tonight.
Well, he because he's thrown more than 1 inning in these sim games. So that's why I think it is possible. I mean, he is built up enough to go multiple innings, but we'll see. It's going to be interesting,
Sam Levitt,
for sure.
Look, here's the
it
thing.
adds a twist for sure.
Here's the thing. This is
game.
the biggest thing in sports tonight. Ohtani returns to the mound. Sam Levitt is there. He's on the scene. This is why we love him. He's always there for us.
NBA Finals Game 5 too. But
what's that? I mean, come on. This is Sam. Have a good evening and have a good show. We'll see you a little later.
All right, Chris.
Thanks for coming on for us. Appreciate you giving us a little feel. Sam Levitt is there. He's got the pregame show at 6:00. We got a lot more coming up. Our Daily Gambit pushed it back 1 segment. Don't go anywhere. We got our picks for tonight next after we check a little traffic as well on 97.3 The Fan. He's in Los Angeles. Tonight's ball game, Tony's on TV tonight. And that means we get Jesse and we get Scan here on the radio call.
I'm not sure about that, actually.
You're not sure about that
One
even.
second.
You got, you actually think did you get a memo on that, Frank?
I might have done.
Oh.
We have Jesse and Mark Grant tonight. So Grant's going to go from TV to radio.
Tony going from radio to TV.
Yes.
Interesting.
With Jesse and Bob in when the Royals come in.
All right. Well, all right. That schedule's interesting.
There you go.
To say the least. But all right, so we'll have Mudcat tonight on the radio. Good. Either way, Padre Dodgers, 7 o'clock, 7:10. Shohei Ohtani will throw the first pitch, and the whole world will react. We got a daily Gambit to get to. So shall we, Frank?
I think we shall.
Okay.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo!
If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in the Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Our Daily Gambit time. We'll take a look at some of the games coming up tonight. Frank and I will make our picks. Over the weekend, Frank, I had a 8-1 record.
Congratulations.
And yeah, I've had a couple of hot days in the recent times. Scraby was 6-3, so both of us did well. My only loss over the weekend was taking Indiana +6 against OKC Friday night. OKC, you may recall, won by 7.
Oh.
And only doing so like in the last minute of the game with free throws and things of that nature. Otherwise, I might have gone run the table for the weekend. But anyway, that was a good weekend for me.
I
finished
say so.
17-14 for the week. Scraby actually beat me. He was 20-11. So we're really good at this stuff, apparently, or we have been lately.
Please gamble responsibly.
Yes, we always say that. And I'm not going to keep reminding you. If you're too dumb, if you're spending money that you don't have on gambling, there's probably not a lot I can do to help you anyway, other than to keep trying to tell you not to do that.
Well, hold on. Just give it a second here.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. GEGE 0000466. For a full list of games and rules, play at 7 Mile Casino. Visit 7milecasino.com.
Thank you for that, Frank. But the guy says it's so fast that I don't think anybody could write any of that down.
That's what the rewind function for your podcast is for.
Is that what? Can you slow the podcast down to call 1?
You can actually. You can.
That's what I need to write that phone number down.
You actually can.
OKC is favored by a big 9.5 tonight in Game 5. Frank, I'll let you go first. Series is now even. Everybody thinks OKC is back on track to win the championship. What say you?
And they're in OKC tonight.
Yes, they are. Game 5.
I'm going to say under, but only just. I'm taking the Pacers.
Taking the Pacers plus the points.
Yes,
is what you're doing. Yeah, this is OKC's night to win. They have not had really the cruise type of victory. They did a little bit in Game 2. I just think Indiana's going to continue to provide the resistance. I'll take the 9.5. Over under 224 points, 224.5 actually. The last game was 215. So it was 10 points below last game. Tonight they'll be over. They'll hit more shots.
I'm going to go against. I'm going to say under.
Under.
On that.
One thing that OKC, they won the game 4, despite making only 3 threes the whole game, which was their lowest amount, I think, for the entire season.
I would say, yeah.
So that was, they're going to make more than that tonight, and they still won that game. All right, who's going to score more points tonight, Frank? SGA.
I was going to say Oklahoma City, but.
Yeah. SGA -17 or Halliburton?
SGA.
You're going to give the 17.
Yeah, Halliburton has been so hot and cold.
He's inconsistent, isn't he?
He'll have good games, then he'll just disappear, and then it relies on Siakam. And then if Siakam can't get it, then they got nothing. So I'm going to take SGA.
I'm going to take the most underrated player in the league, or the overrated player, Halliburton. Remember they had a poll this year, and the NBA players chose Halliburton, the most overrated player in the league.
It's got to sting a little bit.
I think
when
it's
your
also
peers
kind of fired him up.
When your peers rate you as the most overrated player.
He's proven them wrong. But you're right. He has been inconsistent. I say tonight he's on. SGA is a guaranteed 33, 34 points.
Yeah.
It's just book it. That guy does it every night. Chet Holmgren, -2 rebounds against Siakam. Siakam is the one, Indiana didn't have really a rebound guy. They kind of rebound by committee. Holmgren is a good rebounder. I'll take Holmgren here, -2. That's a hard one, though.
Yeah.
Rebounding, I didn't really know a lot about it.
I've always thought of Siakam. Siakam was with the Raptors, right? For their run.
Yeah, he won. He was on that winning team. Yes.
I never really saw Pascal Siakam as a defensive player. I've always seen him as more of an offensive threat, especially back then.
Well,
I'll go with Halliburton or Holmgren as well. Sorry.
Holmgren there. By the way, speaking of offensive rebounds, did you see now that Angel Reese, the player for the Chicago, and how she misses shots and gets them and puts them back up? Did you hear
and then
now
misses
that
them again and then puts them back up again?
Well, now that people are not calling them rebounds anymore. They're now called knee bounds.
Oh, God.
Knee bounds. And she's taken it to TikTok and Twitter to dispute all of that. It's an ongoing thing.
Listen, if you're going to stink, at least stink with a
She's been playing
reason
a little
behind
better
it.
lately. She had a triple-double over the weekend, so I wouldn't totally give up on Angel.
How many of those rebounds were offensive rebounds?
Knee bounds?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's
Alex,
kind of stat padding if you think
Alex
about it.
Caruso, 17.5 points plus rebounds plus assists tonight. 17.5 points plus rebounds plus assists, Caruso. Frank, you're first.
I'll take the over on that.
I will definitely go over. Caruso has been great in this series, by the way. Scoring 15, 17 points just on its own. Dodgers, Padres, 9 runs tonight.
Over.
I'll go over
you're
also. I'm first. Over.
Yep.
Padres are starting to hit a little bit. Ohtani, over under 1.5 strikeouts. It's kind of tough because you don't know how long he's going to really pitch. They say 1 inning. He could pitch 2 innings. And 1.5 strikeouts. Frank, does he go over that or does he stay under that?
I'm going to say,
this is a tough one, I think.
Yeah, it's a really tough one.
Not quite sure where to go here.
I'm going to say over because I don't think he's going to pitch just the 1 inning.
You think he'll go into the second inning?
I think he'll go into the second inning. It's been a while since they've seen him. Maybe he's done something in this rehab that's different from the last time they saw him. So I'm going to go over.
I'm going to go under and say that the Padres go, Fernando goes single, stolen base. Arise doubles him in. Manny homers. By that time, they're scrambling in the bullpen, and Ohtani's on his way to the dugout.
All right, so now that we've gone over what you hope will happen,
Yes,
what do
I
you
know.
think will happen?
Probably a bouncer to short, a pop-up, and all right, Washington Nationals are home tonight to the famous Colorado Rockies. Washington, of course, is favored by 1.5. Now, the Rockies did win yesterday, but they're still 14-57, I believe.
It was a 10-1 win over the Bravos, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 1-1. It was 1-1, and the Braves pitcher, Holmes, struck out 15 guys.
Yep.
And then after he left the game, the Rockies scored 9 runs. But I'll still take Washington. I can't. I haven't picked the Rockies yet. I'm not going to start now.
Yeah, you can't pick Colorado. I'm sorry.
No, not yet. College baseball tonight. Good game. LSU favored, though, over UCLA. Winning bracket of the College World Series. LSU favored by 2.5 runs, Frank. You go first.
I'm going to take UCLA. I'll make Dave Marcus happy. I'm
going to take UCLA, too. 2.5 runs is a lot for a playoff game. But, this is because they think the SEC is just so, the greatest thing ever.
Well,
So we'll see. All right, there's our picks for tonight. Busy night in sports, certainly. A lot going on. College World Series, NBA Game 5, Dodgers, Padres. A lot to happen. All right, we'll take a break, come back. Lots more coming up. Gwynn and Chris rolling on. And what do we got next, Frank? Do we have anything? You were hoping I had something.
No, we had a whole rundown, but we've gone all over the show. We could discuss the Devers trade.
That's right. That's, you know what? There's been so many things we haven't hit on that yet. Let's do it when we come back. in the program. Frank Marchese sitting in for Scraby today. That thing means that things are a little bit more, on the up and up today. I don't have any crazy, wild antics going on. Frank is, solid and doing a great job filling in. Scraby will be back with us tomorrow. He was on earlier in the Braden Surprenant spot. We've talked about all of the big stuff, and there is a lot of, frankly, a lot of big stuff from the weekend. And JJ Spawn, incredible. Just something I'll remember for a long time, the way he finished that and gave the Aztecs their second U.S. Open champion or major tournament champion. But I think Schauffele did win a U.S. Open he's won 2 majors. And now you get JJ. Apparently, according to, I think it was AI or somebody looked this up or typed it in because it's hard to quantify all this. The San Diego State is now only the 5th school that is represented by 2 major golf champions with Schauffele and JJ Spawn.
Oh, wow.
Stanford had Tiger Woods and another really good golfer, and it was written somewhere, and I can't, so if you know golf, you know who I'm talking. But Stanford had 2. I think it was Arizona State had 2, which is Phil Mickelson and John Rahm. I guess both went to Arizona State. Yep. And anyway, there's a couple more. It was a tweet, and I didn't save it, so I don't remember all of it, but still a nice feather in the cap for San Diego State. And by the way, the low amateur in the tournament was also a San Diego State golfer. Just to add to it.
I think I also saw that 2 of the last 3 major winners, just period.
I think 3 of the last 6.
3 of the last 6 have been
Schauffele won 2 in there, and JJ Spawn, incredible finish. Like I said, I'll remember that drive on 17, for a long time. I mean, because who doesn't dream of driving a 315-yard green, right? We all dream of it. He did it, and I thought for a half a second it was going in.
Yeah.
We had a side view, so you couldn't see that he wasn't really online to the cup.
Mm-hmm.
But as it was rolling, I'm like, he made it, which was like, would have blown my mind completely. So that was big over the weekend. Obviously, Padres get a much-needed win yesterday after the debacle of Saturday night. And yes, it was. For those who, gave up on the season Saturday night, you know who you are. Who knows? Maybe you're right. Maybe the Padres will just collapse into 4th place and, never be heard from again. But they kind of think differently.
There's still 8 games over 500.
Look, I know it.
I know. I'm just saying
the people Saturday night don't know it. They had pretty much given this season up after that loss. Mike Schilt had to be fired. By the way,
fired up to complete that.
Fired up, right. By the way, if a lot of our listeners and tweeters out there had their way, yesterday's game for the Padres would have been managed by the 32nd different manager this season. Because a lot of people after every loss think the manager should be fired. Which means you'd go through a lot of guys by, the middle of June. But Mike Schilt obviously doesn't know what he's doing with a 7-3 lead, bringing his closer into the game.
What in the world?
What did he do wrong Saturday night?
Nothing. It's sometimes you push all the right buttents and it doesn't
still lose.
Work.
Yeah.
We had last week, Braden and I, we did I'm trying to see what day it was.
Okay.
Oh, it's oh boy. I can't tell.
Well, does it matter?
It was
what day it was?
No, but we did basically a sarcasm hour. It was
I gotcha. Okay.
It was the 10th last week, where basically
you just said a bunch of stuff that was being sarcastic.
We just read the tweets where the comment section. We were DFA. Right. We DFA'd Xander Bogaerts. We DFA'd Wandy Peralta. We DFA'd somebody else. I think we did fire Schilt.
I'm pretty sure we have no catching left.
No,
rid of both of those guys.
No, you don't. They're both gone.
By the way, speaking of catching, how about Camposano? They just off the mothballs play Saturday night. Predictably, went 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. What do you expect? He hasn't, been in the batter's box in a month, but it was nice to see him anyway.
He is out of witness protection.
I know. And then they put him back in it yesterday.
Oh, gosh. I think, he is still, he's 0 for 18.
Still hitless, right. All right. Padres back in it tonight. Ohtani pitches. So look, we've hit those are all the big things that have happened. We talked the kid at Arkansas today pitches a no-hitter in the College World Series with an unbelievable 19 strikeout performance. That hasn't happened in over 60 years. So a lot of good stuff. But the one thing that really has the whole baseball world going is this trade yesterday, which came down surprisingly, I think, to a lot of people. I wasn't shocked by this. Rafael Devers is traded to the Giants. Now, on the surface, I'd rather seen him traded not to a team in the Padres division. He is quite a good hitter. He could, help the Giants immeasurably. They don't have a great hitting ball club to begin with. So Devers is not going to hurt. They parted with, I think, a lot. 2 pitchers that are, both capable of starting, pitching, and 2 prospects. That's the Giants side, but I don't worry about all that. As a fan of the Padres, I worry about what can Devers now do to improve the Giants. But you brought a good point up to me while we were talking off the air before this segment, Frank. And that is, as far as Devers is concerned, he's in the exact same position he was in Boston. Nothing has changed. They have a Gold Glove winning third baseman in San Francisco.
Who's locked up for 5 years. Just
as they do in Boston. In Bregman, now he's behind Matt Chapman. He's not playing third base for the Giants. And first base, Wilmer Flores is really the DH. And now Flores can play first base, but he's not very good. Devers, so he's going to have to be the DH or first base, I guess. If he's DH, then that means Flores has to play every day. I don't think he's really, made for that at this point. So the Giants, to me, this isn't a perfect fit. And I just want to say one last thing, because I don't know how this all works. But I did see some graphic yesterday where they laid down, because of analytics, they're able to show you where every one of Devers' hits this year has gone. A spray chart, right? And a lot of the hits he's had would be outs in San Francisco, because San Francisco is a different world. He doesn't hit a lot of high, towering fly balls to right field, which is what you need to get a home run in San Francisco. So I don't know that this is going to be as big a thing as people think. Giants are going to pay him a lot of money. I think the Red Sox are a lot worse. And I don't know that the Giants have just automatically taken over the league.
No.
Frank, your thoughts. You had some good thoughts.
Really, really quick. The Padre lineup is out for tonight. Fernando Tatis Jr. leading off in right, Arise at first, Manny at third, Sheets in left, Bogarts at short, Cronenworth at second. Batting seventh is Trenton Brooks. He will DH tonight.
Good for you, Trenton. Good luck, man.
T-Wade then batting eighth in center, and Martin Maldonado behind the plate. But this makes absolutely no sense.
You're saying the Devers trade?
Yeah,
from
the Devers
what perspective?
trade from all of them.
From both perspectives.
All three. Because if you look at the Giants, you give up Hicks, who you traded to get.
Yeah, flame-throwing guy.
To make him a starter.
Is not quite harnessed it yet, but, this is a guy that potentially could get it together sometime. He throws over 100. We know that.
You trade the next big left-handed arm out of your system in Kyle Harrison.
Kyle Harrison, right?
You trade your first-round pick this year, the number 13 overall pick, James Tibbs III, who right now was their number 4 prospect and was playing in High A Greenville. He'll most likely be in High A when they go to Boston.
Okay.
And a right-handed pitcher, Jose Bello, who is playing in the Arizona Complex League. So now he'll go to the PCL, figure out whatever happens with him. He may never play.
So you think the Giants give up a lot here?
The Giants give up a lot for them to put themselves in the same exact situation that Boston's in, with a disgruntled player who wants to play every single day at the position that he wants to play at and doesn't have a chance to. Now, granted, Chapman is on the IL right now, so he'll be able to play a little bit.
Play a little third base, right, for a couple of weeks, a week or two.
Right, but when he comes back, what happens then? If you're Rafael Devers, this trade makes no sense because of what we just said. You're in the same exact boat you were in, just instead now you're in San Francisco than in Boston.
You're in a lot worse hitting park is where you are.
That as well.
A lot worse. I don't think it's close there.
From Boston's perspective, you got rid of a guy, a franchise cornerstone, the face of your franchise right now, because you got tired of his attitude.
Didn't like it.
Because you signed a third baseman who has an opt-out at the end of this year. So you elected to trade your franchise piece who you locked down a couple of years ago and decided to side with somebody who's in his first year with the team who can opt out at the end of this year and just leave you with absolutely nothing.
So if Bregman leaves,
stupidity.
If Bregman leaves,
they got nothing.
Then Devers could have played third base again next year.
Exactly.
Not
now
anymore.
You have nothing.
So you don't like this for any perspective.
No, it's a dumb trade. You would, with how we saw everything that was going on with Devers from at the beginning of the year, you had a feeling that this trade was going to happen. That's why you said it wasn't a surprise.
Yeah, it didn't surprise me based on, what's been going on, right? The Red Sox were tired of his thing.
Yeah.
I don't actually blame them. We'll talk about it more in the Big Five, but I don't blame the Red Sox for being tired of his act, but I do blame the Red Sox for making him have this act. They're the ones that brought in Bregman in the first place.
Yeah, they started
and then
their own
they're the
fire.
ones that started this own thing, right? So anyway, look, maybe Devers goes to San Francisco and mauls the baseball, but I don't know a lot of guys other than Barry Bonds who can tame Oracle Park. It is a tough place to hit, and you're going to get a lot of fly balls that used to bounce off that wall and give you a triple that are now going to be easy outs.
And
a lot of them. Ask Xander Bogaerts about it, even though he doesn't play in San Francisco, he plays in Petco. But that wall's gone. It changes things. And I think Devers is the kind of guy that took a lot of advantage of that wall. I don't have a spray chart in front of me, but he doesn't pull everything.
And
so we'll see. I mean, look, it might work for San Francisco, but I agree. They've kind of given themselves a log jam. And what for? The hitter.
And for Boston, you get another prospect outfielder. Like you already have a log jam in outfield already with young players coming up.
I don't think
the Reds.
There's a lot of reports that said the Red Sox didn't really look around. They just saw the Giants as a partner and said, "Let's go."
There were reports that I saw.
Maybe they didn't get what they really could have got.
There were reports that I saw that had the Padres as one team that had checked in on him, but I think there were like 3 or 4 other teams.
Well, we would use him as DH. We could use one, but honestly.
Also, think about it. This was a team that all offseason didn't spend money, and ever since the passing of Peter Seidler have been clutching at the pocketbook to not spend money and try to figure out ways to save money and get money back. Now you're going to open it for Rafael Devers, who's going to be making $28.5 million every single year.
We didn't do it. And frankly,
but that doesn't make sense either.
All right. Well, I'm glad he's in San Francisco. I'm not as concerned about it as maybe a lot of people. I know a lot of people are going to the Padres side. They're going to, well, they got Devers. We got to keep up with the Joneses. So we now have to go out and get a really expensive ball player. I know the Padres need some players. They got to get a left field fixed. They got to figure a couple things out in this lineup going forward. But I'm not going to overreact to what they just did, to what San Francisco just did. I don't think that's smart. You still got to do things that are right for your franchise, your ball club. We'll see. One last thing about Devers, just for fun. It would be juicier if it was the other way, but just for fun, the Red Sox play in San Francisco this weekend.
Yes.
It'd be better if the Giants played in Boston, but we'll have to settle for this.
And the people
coming up this weekend.
And the people in Boston, they get it. This is the third time now in the last 21 years that this has happened to them.
We're a big-time player. Mookie Betts.
And Nomar Garcia back in 2004.
Probably others, but yeah. Red Sox Nation, probably not thrilled today. I don't know that Padre Nation is thrilled either because I think they think that Devers is going to be a big difference maker. I think he'll help, but I don't expect him to change the whole world for them. Let's go back to Trenton Brooks getting his first start tonight for the Padres at the DH spot.
Should we hit traffic first before we dive into this?
I would like to.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is brought to you by the Salute to Heroes Golf Tournament, July 28th at Loma Santa Fe Country Club. Several things that might slow you down this afternoon. We've got this collision on eastbound King Freeway near the 805. It's over to the right shoulder. Also, southbound 163 near Washington Street, crash in middle lanes. You're going to find eastbound 52 Mast Boulevard off-ramp a collision, and getting reports of an accident now on the La Jolla Parkway on-ramp to southbound 5. The Salute to Heroes Golf Tournament is back July 28th at Loma Santa Fe Country Club. Join sport legends and celebrities and tee off to support local heroes. Register now at SanDiegoSocialLeagues.org. That's SanDiegoSocialLeagues.org. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Good to have Kelly back on the traffic situation. On the Trenton Brooks situation. First of all, I like this. You got Wade in center field because Merrill's hurt.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, your other DH choice would be Lockridge, and you're facing a right-hander, at least at the beginning, in Shohei. So bring a left-handed bat in. Put Trenton Brooks. Give him a chance. You've called him up. Let's see what he can do. He was called up last year. He went 3 for 25. Short.
With San Francisco,
size.
12 games with San Francisco last year.
3 for 25, yes. And had 1 RBI, 1 stolen base. He is a San Diego guy.
There you go.
Went to Granite Hills High School and El Cajon. I think he lives in Alpine. And he went to Nevada, Reno, University of Nevada. So Trenton Brooks, 5'11", $195. And if nothing else, he's going to give Dylan Assis a run for best mustache on the ball club.
He's not the only transaction the Padres have made today.
Okay.
Just announced that Bryce Johnson has been called up for Luis Camposano. They've also transferred Yu Darvish to the 60-day IL. So those were just made as well.
All right, thank you. So Camposano's stay is over again.
Campy's down.
And now it's Bryce Johnson.
Yes.
Who they traded back to receive. Remember, he was on the team.
Yep.
He was off the team. They traded again to get him back. Everybody said, what are they doing? This is what they were doing. Here's the thing, though. People are going to, what people heard you say there? On the second transaction, they heard
Darvish.
Yeah, they heard blah 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 blah. Yu Darvish to the 60-day DL. Blah 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 blah. That's all they heard. He's got to be approaching 60 days already, if not past it. So what to me, it shouldn't change that much in terms of when he's coming back.
I did see something that it might be looking towards after the All-Star break for his return.
I've seen a lot of things. You know what? I'm as frustrated as anybody by it. Honestly, I am. And I think the Padres, I hate to tell them, but they deserve a little of the responsibility for it.
But again, I'm a dope for saying that the Padres should not have given $20 million a year to a guy approaching 80.
Yes, I know you said that, and he's not quite 80. But my thing is, maybe the Padres just did not know, and they were shocked by this as all of us. But it seems to me they probably were smart enough to know that Darvish would be out a while. And they're probably even smart enough to know that Michael King would be out a while. And they're probably smart enough to know that Jackson Merrill was going to miss a month earlier this season, not just one day. And so, if you're a little more straightforward out there, you don't have to tell us everything, but if you're a little more straightforward, we'd appreciate it. And I understand why fans are frustrated that Darvish isn't back and King's not back, and we really don't know when. And we honestly are to the point now where we don't believe them if they tell us. That's their fault, not ours, just to make it clear. All right, top of the hour. Good stuff there, Frank. Thank you. More coming up with Chris versus the fans. Next, play some trivia out there. Dallas. He'll be rejoining us in a little bit. Big Five coming up at the bottom of this hour. Frank Marchese, Big Frank, sitting in today for Scraby. And we're getting into a little Chris versus the fans here shortly. A couple of news items that Frank mentioned. I'll bear repeating. Padres have again parted company with Luis Campusano. Back to the minors he goes. Bryce Johnson is called up for the Padres there. And also, what was the other move? Isn't this terrible? You just said it like 5 minutes ago.
Yu Darvish
to the 60-day IL. Yeah, I was trying to forget that. Trenton Brooks makes his Padre debut tonight. He'll be in the starting lineup tonight against the Dodgers. Shohei Ohtani throws the first pitch at 7:10 this evening. Dylan Cease opposes him. Early going, Hunter Goodman. The Rockies, it's funny, they don't have a very good team, but they have a couple of good young players. Goodman is probably going to be on the All-Star team. Just hit his 12th home run of the year. He's got 42 RBIs, 2-run shot. Rockies lead 2-0 at Washington. Trey Turner has homered for the Phillies, leading off against Sandy Alcantara in Miami. 1-0 Phils in that ball game. Update on the All-Star balloting. Just came out today. We'll have that for you in about 10 minutes. But now, a chance for you to potentially get a free trip to Las Vegas. You got to win, Chris versus the fans. Let's get started.
If you had one job, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
howdy do.
Now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, chance to qualify. As I said, grand prize. And that would be to celebrate summer with the spa and pool getaway at Resorts World Las Vegas, home of the largest elevated pool complex on the Strip. You'll receive a 2-night stay at the Resorts World Las Vegas. You'll dine poolside at one of the 5 unique pool experiences and experience the ultimate in relaxation and wellness at Awana Spa, one of the largest co-ed spa facilities in Las Vegas. To book your summer stay, please visit rwlasvegas.com. All right. 833-288-0973. Think people are dialed in? Frank, you want to do the rules? You're pretty good at this, I think.
Sure. Thank you
As
very much.
a rule guy, normally.
You have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more and more difficult. If you get the answer right and move on,
if you get the
answer right, you move on.
Yes.
So English is easy, guys.
Yeah.
If you get the answer wrong and Chris gets the question right, you are eliminated. If Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question. Or if it is on question number 3, you will win the game.
All right. Tomorrow you're going to read the rules in Bulgarian. Should be easier for you. Do they have is that such a language, by the way? I don't know.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. Maybe we'll try not to do that.
Yeah. You're having trouble with English. I'm trying to find one. Trying to find one that works for you.
Not just trouble with speaking.
Yeah.
If you are a first-time
player,
you get to skip question number 1 and move right on to question number 2.
According to Wikipedia here or whatever, the language used in Bulgaria is Bulgarian. So
wow,
get on it, Frank.
Really?
Yeah, apparently.
Who would have thought?
I wouldn't have.
Small world, huh?
Yes.
All right.
Facts that you can only find on this program. Let's get a caller. Let's get
a caller.
Yeah,
let's go with, you know what? We'll go with James in San Diego. James, how you doing today, bud?
Feeling good about James out there.
Doing all right.
Hi, James. Good luck. We're good. Thank you, sir.
All righty. Here we go. Question number 1. Been talking about the San Francisco Giants quite a bit here over the last segment. Who is their general manager?
General manager for the Giants.
Buster Posey.
Oh, good. I think. Yeah, Buster. Buster's the guy. By the way,
my favorite baseball team.
You're a Giant guy. All right. Good for you.
Yeah.
And what do you think of the trade? You like it?
What? All right.
jury's still out. We'll see if all that money's worth it. I don't know where he fits. He didn't want to be DH, so we'll see if he wants to be DH. I don't know.
Yep. Yeah. You're bringing up some.
I'm ambivalent. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you're bringing up points that we were bringing up. It's going to be interesting to see how the Giants do it. Okay, James, on to number 2.
Another topic we talked about here today. What was the final winning score for the U.S. Open?
JJ Spahn's final score. That's a good one.
Spahn.
Yeah, what was his score at the end? What did he finish at?
Was he 2 under?
2 under. Is that your guess? Oh, wow. Didn't give him a chance to rethink it. I think he was 1 under, Frank. I think he was the only guy under par. 1 under.
He was 1 under.
Sorry, James. I just missed it. We'll see you next time. Take another shot. It's all right. Good contestant there.
Let's go with Ron in Del Cerro. Ron, how you doing, bud?
Hi, Ron.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Pretty good. Thank you for joining us. Best of luck to you.
Here we go. Number 1.
Okay.
Which Yankee slugger is making his 2025 debut tonight?
Yankee slugger, just off the injured list at long last. Who is
Stanton?
Stanton is right. John Carlos Stanton.
Michael Stanton.
It used to be. Yeah, a lot of people don't recall that, Frank, but you do. Good job.
All right, here we go. Question number 2. Stick with the golf for question number 2. Which pro golfer had an albatross at the U.S. Open this past weekend?
An albatross.
Patrick Reed.
Wow.
Bloody Nora. Somebody was watching.
Ron got that one before you even got the question out, Frank. Good job, Ron. He's on it.
Thank you.
All right,
done.
here we go. Question number 3. Going for the win.
For it all.
Which pitcher has won the most Cy Young awards
Ever.
Yes.
Ever. I think we should tell Ron that the Cy Young Award, just so you're aware, so you don't guess like Cy Young himself, the award did not even come into being until about, I think it was the 50s or 60s even. And the first 10 years of the award, there was only one. Did you know this, Frank?
No, I did not.
Yeah, they chose the best pitcher, American and National League. There was only one.
Oh, wow.
They finally started splitting it up like in maybe the mid 60s. So the answer to this question is a more recent pitcher than you might think. I'm giving you a little background there. Although you may not need it, Ron. You're pretty good at this, sounds like. So
I might need to get this right because I'm pretty sure you're going to know it.
You think I'll know it? I don't know. I think I have a guess, but I'm not sure.
Throw a Hail Mary and say Gaylord Perry.
That is a Hail Mary, I believe. Gaylord, I believe, won it in both leagues, including once for the Padres.
Not won the most.
No, not the most. I think it's Roger Clemens, who I don't like, but I think that's who it is. Sorry, Ron. Good playing, though, man.
Roger Clemens has
See you
won
the next time.
seven
Cy Young Awards. Yeah, cheated on all 7.
There it is.
Yeah,
I'm
not a Clemens guy. I'm really not.
All right, let's go to Bobby in Eastlake. Bobby, how you doing today?
Hi, Bobby.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Pretty good, sir. Pretty.
I just want to let you know the biggest fumble the Red Sox had was Don Orsillo.
Yeah, there you go.
Very good one, and to our benefit for sure.
All right, here we go. Question number 1.
To our benefit.
What former Padre currently leads Major League Baseball in strikeouts coming into tonight?
Former Padre.
Former Padre.
Yep, he's got more strikeouts than anybody right now.
Currently in the MLB?
Yes.
Leading them all. Top strikeout.
Gore.
Gore is right. Very good. Got it. Mackenzie Gore.
All right, here we go. Question number 2. Who was the owner of the Indianapolis Colts who recently passed away?
Okay. Former owner of the Colts?
Recently. Jim Irsay.
First day is a win. Very good. We got some good contestants today. We just need somebody to get number 3.
Well,
this might be it.
We got one more shot at it. Here we go. Stick with the Cy Young winners here.
Okay.
Which team has won the most Cy Young awards as a whole?
All right. Which team has the most? He says the Red Sox. Not a bad guess considering Clemens is there and Pedro won a couple. It's not right, though.
Chris?
Yes. Well, I'm going to go with I hate them, the Dodgers. I don't know, though. Oh, it is?
It is the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Sorry. We're coming so close today, but I've been hitting the number 3 so far.
All right. Hold on. I just got to...
Trying to think of all the Dodgers. I know Koufax won a couple. Koufax won them when there was, one and only one. Like he would beat out the American League guy. But I can't remember the rest. Gagne, I think, won a Cy Young for the Dodgers. Who else? Fernando Valenzuela, I believe, won one. Anyway.
All right. Here we go. Let's go to Alex in Del Mar. Alex, how you doing, bud?
Good. How are you guys?
Alex is a solid competitor on this game.
All right. Here we go. Let's see if we can get you qualified. Question number 1.
Okay.
What team did Aaron Rodgers sign with last week?
Steelers.
Sorry, Steelers. That's all I can say. Sorry, Steelers.
Yep, just about.
Have fun.
All right, here we go. Question number 2. Coming into today, there are 2 players with 26 home runs in Major League Baseball. Who are they?
Ooh, 2 guys. Okay.
Oh, it's Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh.
Wow, he was ready for that. Good job, Alex.
Very good.
Cal Raleigh is kind of a guy, really. You don't talk enough about him. Not too many catchers do this. Like Piazza did this, and catching's not easy to hit a lot of home runs. You use a lot of energy behind the plate there.
All right.
Well done.
Here we go. Final question. Third crack at question number 3.
Yeah,
today.
no kidding. Been here before.
Go back to the golf. Which state has hosted the most U.S. Opens?
Rank.
Got
a 50-1 opportunity here, although maybe you can take North Dakota out. I don't think they've had any.
I'm just going to guess California.
Did not get it.
Chris?
I don't know. Pennsylvania, where they had this one. Oh, we got to win. Alex, you've got it.
Alex, congratulations. I just whistled it. It's New York, New York.
I heard you whistle it, and I didn't want to take advantage of that whistle. Alex, stay on the line, man. You've won the Chris versus the Fans today, and it was a good, spirited contest out there. But Alex is the winner today. Thanks for playing Chris versus the Fans. We'll do it again tomorrow. Take a little time out, check you some traffic, and an all-star ballot update. Padres are not doing so well. Got to be honest with you. We'll check in on that when more Gwynn and Chris returns.
From the 855.
And a busy Monday. Gwynn and Chris, 97.3 The Fan. Well done, Alex, winner of Chris vs. the Fans today. Big Five coming up in about 7 minutes. So don't go too far. Tony will rejoin us for that. All-Star ballot. First release of balloting numbers are out. And people seem to, take some pride in their guys getting on the All-Star team and that kind of thing. Padre fans, don't look. It's not pretty. I mean, first base, Jake Cronenworth, 8th in the balloting. 8th. Or that's second base, Jake, 8th. First base, Luis Ariz is 5th. Then Jake 8th. Shortstop, where do you think Xander is? How about 9th? Xander's behind Isaiah Kiner-Falefa of the Pirates and former Padre C.J. Abrams, just to rub a little salt into the wound. Third base, we're okay. First place in the balloting by a wide margin, Manny Machado. He's got 500,000 more votes than second place Max Muncy. So I like our chances there. But that may be the only one we get voted in. Designated hitter Gavin Sheets, 9th. Catcher Elias Diaz, 10th. Outfield, Fernando Tatis Jr., only 8th in the balloting. Fernando's way down there. Jackson Merrill's 14th. So we'll see how that goes. It's early. Right now, Pete Crow Armstrong has got it in the National League outfield. Kyle Tucker, 2nd. Teoscar Hernandez. Will Smith, the Dodgers catcher. Shohei is the DH. Shohei is 1st in the National League DH. Rafael Devers is 2nd. Rafael Devers was leading the American League DHs, but now he's a National League, and he's not going to be beating out Shohei. The shortstop right now would be Francisco Lindor. Ketel Marte leads at second base. Freddie Freeman at first. Frank, you and your buddies got to get out there for Pete Alonso. Getting blown out by Freddie Freeman.
He should make it, though.
I'm sure he'll make it. Yeah. Aaron Judge is way out in front of the American League, 1.5 million votes, more than anybody. Riley Green is 2nd. And some guy named Mike Trout is 3rd. Please. I know it's a popularity contest, but still. Cal Raleigh, deserving catcher in the lead. Outfield DH for the American League, there is nobody now that Devers is left. Ryan O'Hearn is leading. Jose Ramirez at third base for Cleveland. It's hard to say he's overrated when he gets this many votes, or underrated, but he's still underrated.
Yeah.
This guy's the best player in baseball that never gets talked about as the best player in baseball.
The American League Central, baseball obscurity.
That's what I always say too, yeah. Shortstop. Now, this is, okay, talk about obscurity for the American League Central. Bobby Witt Jr. is 2nd in shortstops to another obscure guy, Jacob Wilson of the Athletics.
That's great for Jacob Wilson.
It is great for Jacob
That's
Wilson.
Fantastic for him.
It really is, but Bobby Witt Jr. Gleyber Torres leads at second base in the American League. Paul Goldschmidt on top at first base. Anyway, your update on the All-Star balloting as it is just getting underway here. I don't know what the Padres are going to get on the All-Star team. I'm thinking, Fernando, maybe. Certainly wouldn't hurt for him to, go 4 for 5 a couple more times here.
Manny's definitely making
it. No, we know Manny's in. No, that's 1. We got our 1. We may not get more. I mean, Suarez deserves it. It's hard to say that right now after the, blow up Saturday night, but Suarez has been an all-star performer all year. I think Nick Pivetta deserves some consideration.
He deserves a look at least.
Yeah. So, we got guys, but I could see in an imperfect world, the Padres getting 1 or 2. Fernando could easily get left out. I always think Fernando's an all-star, but here's the problem. You got Crow Armstrong, you got Tucker, you got Teoscar. They're all pretty good. You also got Corbin Carroll, who's ahead of him in the balloting.
Seiya Suzuki's ahead of him too, no?
Suzuki is listed as a DH right now, so that's
fair
part
enough.
of that. But, you got James Wood. Washington's having a big year. I hate to say Soto, but he's still Soto. Ronald Acuna Jr., still him. Fernando, it's going to be close whether he gets in.
I'm sorry, Ronald Acuna making the All-Star team this year is a little ridiculous.
So is Mike Trout, but that's welcome to that.
Trout's
world.
played more than Acuna has.
I agree with that. Just saying, Frank. I've seen a few of these All-Star balloting things over the years.
So have I know.
Yes, sir. All right, we'll take a break. Big Five, lots of good stuff over the weekend that we still haven't hit on yet. Don't miss it. Tony Gwynn Jr. returns.
only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, very busy weekend. We've been touching on some of the big stuff. Frank?
Yep, certainly was.
Going to hit on some of the other stuff.
Yes, we are. We'll start off with
number 5.
That number 5 being that the Miami Heat, San Antonio Spurs, and Houston Rockets are Phoenix Suns stars Kevin Durant's preferred trade destination, sources tell ESPN on Saturday night. People across the NBA have been made aware in recent days that those are the 3 teams Durant would commit to with a long-term extension. Durant is currently on an expiring $54.7 million deal for the end of the 2025-26 season, and the Suns have made it clear to the 6 to 8 seriously interested teams, that's how it works, that they will make the best deal for the franchise, even if it means trading Durant to a team outside of his preferred list. Tony, do you think Kevin Durant gets sent to one of the teams that he wants to go to?
And that was the Heat, the Spurs,
and the Rockets.
It depends. Because, what we know about KD is that you usually have to give up a lot to get him. And so, do they have enough assets that aren't bodies? Because I don't think Houston gets closer if they're moving the wrong pieces off of that team. They are a good young team, kind of already constructed. You would want to bring him on to add to that. And so do they have enough picks to get that done? I'm not familiar with the Spurs, the Rockets, and the Heat's kind of picks and what they have available. I think he's going to obviously look for a team that is contending, right? And I think Miami Heat is like on the outside looking in. And by the way, they had a lot of that work done while Butler was there. Spurs, I know my man Wembayama is the guy that everybody's looking at, but are they there yet? They seem like they're still a ways away.
They didn't get to the playoffs this year, but they do have back-to-back rookies of the year. They had the rookie of the year this year as well.
They do. But so you have to ask yourself, are they that much closer to a championship adding KD? I'd say not. I'd say Houston is probably the team. I just don't know if they add the picks. If they are able to keep the main pieces of that team, which is the big man,
he's got a hard name to pronounce, Tony, so you know how I like to help you, but I can't help you on that guy.
What's the guard? The really talented guard?
Amen Thompson? Or do they have Amen or the other guy?
They have him on top. They have him on Thompson. I like him. Yeah. You got to keep him. Yeah. And then the guy, I can't remember the guard's name right now, but nonetheless, they keep those guys together. And you add AD. Now you add KD. Now you got something you work with. I'm just not sure if they have the picks to be able to pull it off.
I think
to answer your question, no, I don't think he does. I don't think he goes to one of those 3 teams.
I don't think if he goes to me, Kevin Durant is a perfect talking point here for this situation in basketball. And it's not all Kevin Durant's fault, but he's the one that kind of stands out the most on this. And that is, where does the line get drawn in terms of how much power does a player really have in terms of where they get traded to? Or can teams really trade these guys wherever they really want to? I mean, Phoenix says, we're going to trade the best deal. I don't believe them, because I don't believe that Kevin Durant will go elsewhere. At this point in his career, he's got no reason to. He's got nothing else to prove, so he's going to want to land where he wants to land. And so I don't know. This is a very difficult one in a lot of ways, because, I mean, because I think you're right, Tony, Houston's the best fit for him. But if Houston can't give back to Phoenix, I don't know. Look, Memphis got 4 number 1 picks for Desmond Bane. So what would Kevin Durant get? Like 10 number 1 picks? I don't know how many more you can give away. So I don't know where this is going to go. A lot of people don't like Kevin Durant because they think he forces everything to happen. Well, look, he's just saying what he wants, and usually he gets what he wants. But he's not the one who pulls the trigger on the actual deal, is he?
Right. No,
So, teams seem to want to appease these guys, and that's, now they've gotten themselves in the situation where the guys are telling them what they want to do. So I don't know.
Jalen Green is the guy I was thinking of.
Yes.
You got to keep all of those guys. Is it Sengun? Is that how you say?
He's a tough one. Yes, and I don't know. I saw him play the whole series against the Warriors, and I still don't know how to pronounce his name, but he was a pretty good post
You keep
player.
all those guys together. You add AD along with Van Fleet.
Yeah, they'd be
you got
good.
yourself something, man.
They would, but what can they? They have to give something back.
Yeah,
so
no,
that's the
what I'm
problem.
saying.
Don't hurt yourselves trying to pronounce the name, please.
We almost did, yeah. Gesundheit.
After the stunner of a trade that sent all-star batsman Rafael Devers to the Red Sox, from the Red Sox to the Giants as part of a 5-player blockbuster trade, many observers are no doubt left wondering why. Specifically, why would the Red Sox part with a highly productive homegrown slugger who signed through 2033 in the prime of his career and on the way to one of his best seasons? And why do it coming off a sweep to the rival New York Yankees? The short answer is that the relationship between Devers and the Red Sox front office, not exactly known for smooth operations in recent years, had apparently degraded beyond repair. Here's what Peter Abraham of the Boston Globe reported regarding those club motivations. He said, quote, per Red Sox sources, the team's feeling was that the $113.5 million contract comes with the responsibility to do the right thing for the team, and that Devers did not live up to those responsibilities. They had enough, and they traded him. Chris, valid reason to trade him?
Totally valid reason to trade him if they were kind of in this situation because it was solely Rafael Devers' poor behavior that put him here. But the bottom line is, as we talked about when this all happened, the Red Sox could have done all of the stuff. Third base, move off third, move to DH, go to first base, don't go to first base. They could have done that all without the entire world knowing that Rafael Devers wasn't comfortable doing those things. The Red Sox, in a lot of ways, made him look bad. He didn't make himself look any better, but they put him in a situation where he had to try to defend himself to the public, to the fans, to everybody. And that's, in my mind, because the Red Sox screwed that whole thing up. So, it was, I think what I'm saying is I think they have a valid reason if they felt the thing was beyond repair. And $113 million, I agree. I think you should give a little bit more back, but I think both sides are of equal blame here. And so, I think the Red Sox are coming out. They're trying to pin it all on Devers, and I'm not buying it.
Tony?
Wow. Chris handled that really good. I'll just say this. I think Chris kind of hit every piece that I was thinking. They, I think, messed this up from the beginning by not having conversations that you should clearly not having conversations that they should have had. He did himself no favors by the way he handled it. And the Red Sox can feel like, dude, we gave you all this money. You should do what's best for the team. I think this is a good example of why communication is so important, right? Because it can't be, we gave you this money, you do as we say. That doesn't work in general, right? But when you sign a big deal, it should be looked at as a partnership, right? And it may sound like a play on words, but it is a window into how humans respond to different things. And it seems like once he was backed in the corner, as it seemed earlier, he was going to stand tall on that. He was going to stand on business, as they like to say. And he can't also now be upset that he got traded. I mean, they did give him the money. It would have been a good thing for him to do what they deem is best for the team, even if that you end up looking like a guy who can't play any defense somewhere, right? But I think for all of the Boston fans out there, I hope they're prepared. Like, I know they have all of these can't miss prospects that are coming up and that are supposed to be, everything. If it's not like that, it's going to be a rough patch here for the Red Sox. They've moved Betts. They've moved. Well,
they didn't re-sign Xander.
They didn't re-sign Xander. And so that core has moved on now. And so now it's up to these next guys. Now, Boston's had a lot of success with the young guys they brought up that have done well, that have been these type of prospects. So they certainly could have it all lined up right. But if not, this could end up being a miscalculation just based on, it seems like, communication.
I think the other thing just to touch on for the Red Sox fans, this is what you're getting with this new organizational group. This isn't the Red Sox that were put together that won their 4 World Series. There's a whole nother group of people that are running this team. And even if these young guys come up and, light the world on fire, my best guess is the new front office management in Boston will mess up negotiations with them too down the road.
And
because they've been doing it consistently here.
These type of moves, when you're talking about this kind of money, aren't just on GM. These are ownership.
Right. Everybody's involved in this stuff.
Right. This can't be laid all at the feet of Craig Breslow. He has bosses and he has, things he has to follow. So yeah, this is going to be interesting to see. The other thing is, it sounds like they didn't call around the entire league to figure out the best deal possible, which kind of puts you into this Dallas Maverick type deal where you trade a guy this talented and you get, I don't know. I hadn't heard of the giant pieces until
Kyle Harrison's a potential.
I'm not talking about the
lefty.
big leaguers.
Oh yeah,
I'm talking about the 2 minor leaguers that come across. Because I know the big leaguers that are going across. One of them has had some injury issues, and the other one is still unproven. So we're going to see how this one ends up. Kind of falling down.
And you guys brought up Mookie Betts as well. They have a history of doing this all the way back to Nomar Garciaparra 21 years ago too. So alienating superstar players and their fan base.
Number 3.
Good point, Frank.
The thing is, the fans always seem to be irritated about the move as much as everybody else, which is kind of the weird thing.
Absolutely. It's no secret that quarterback Dak Prescott is important to a potential Super Bowl run. He is now the longest tenured Dallas Cowboy and ranks among the top 5 in franchise history when it comes to wins with 76, passing yards with 31,500, and passing touchdowns with 213. However, none of that will matter to Prescott if he does not get a ring for his own sanity. Prescott said, quote, "I want to win a championship. The legacy, whatever comes after I finish playing, will take care of itself, but I want to win a championship. Be damned if it's just for my legacy or if it's for this team. It is for my personal being, for my sanity. The legacy will take care of itself."
Whoa,
Tony,
Dak,
what do you make of that statement?
He needs to win it for his own legacy.
Yeah, I think that's what he said. Yeah,
I think that's what
like a bunch of times.
I think
sounded like he was almost trying to convince himself of this for some reason.
I think he said nothing that we didn't already know, right? I mean, I don't know that. I guess it depends on what he's looking for his legacy to say, right? I mean, Dak Prescott is a really good quarterback in the NFL. Just not good in the playoffs. And that will be kind of his legacy moving forward unless he changes it. So, yeah, I guess so. If he doesn't win a Super Bowl, not only will it drive him crazy, it sounds like, but he'll also have to deal with the fact that when his name is mentioned, it'll be mentioned as a good regular season quarterback that got paid a lot of money and didn't get his team that far into the postseason.
Yeah, I'm with you, Tony, on Dak. His legacy at the moment is 2-5. That is his playoff record. The 2 is no good. The 5 isn't that great either, because that means he hasn't made it every year. And with all of the weapons and the money and the attention that the Dallas Cowboys gets,
He does have Jerry Jones, though. We have to keep
which
this
is
in
you
mind.
think that might be holding him back a little, but the bottom line is in the minds of fans everywhere, Dallas gets all this attention and they don't make it, and it all comes down to Dak Prescott. And I don't know that this is going to change because I just don't know that Dak Prescott isn't just this guy. I mean, we've had a lot of chances to prove otherwise, and it really hasn't happened yet. But that said, everybody who's ever won a championship couldn't win the big one until they won the big one. And right now, Dak is in that category. And but I also think that it's just an interesting statement because I think it's pretty obvious to all of us that all these guys are in this to win something. But you don't normally have to say it out loud 10 different times. But I think he's saying it because maybe he wants to try to convince his fan base that he really does care, because I don't think the Dallas fans think he cares, which is stupid too. So
I just think anytime you're making this kind of money, people will go that. That's
right.
like the low-hanging fruit argument.
Yeah, Xander Bogaerts. I mean, seriously. I mean, this is all we ever hear about here. So
you notice how we put this topic in the middle of a smudge of a bunch of topics? Meanwhile, Get Up on ESPN this morning led with the Devers news,
they did.
NBA, and
really,
NHL
Dak Prescott
finals.
saying he wants to go to win the Super Bowl.
Yep. Thank you very much.
I mean, what are we supposed to ask Joe Burrow the same question? And he's supposed to, I don't know. Doesn't matter.
This year, I think I might take a year off in terms of that.
Let's not
Just
win
go
it
for
this
numbers.
year. Yeah, let's not win it this year.
Thank you very much.
It's such a silly answer in a lot of ways. It's an obvious answer.
Thank you very much to the worldwide leader again.
Number 2.
This is the last one we're going to have time for. Figures across the NBA came to the defense of Tom Thibodeau after the New York Knicks fired their coach just days after a trip to the Eastern Conference Finals, including Knicks players themselves. The move resonated throughout the league's coaching ranks, too, as the Detroit Pistons leader, J.B. Bickerstaff, had sharp words for the Knicks and for other franchises across the NBA who move on their past off seasons from established and successful coaches. He said, quote, "It's the final straw. I think of what's happened this season and the level of respect we feel coaches deserve versus what they're getting. Some of the decisions made down the stretch, firing coaches, it just shows there are some places that don't value what coaching is and what it can bring. When you're a coach, you feel like there's a job that you have been told to do. And when you go out to do that job well, you should carry it over to the next season. If you've had past successes, that should envision future successes." Chris?
Yes.
This is one coach backing up another.
It's
great
also
to see.
It's also J.B. Bickerstaff preaching what I think Tony and I have been preaching for about 7 years now, which is how about a little memory for some of these general managers and mostly owners, because I think owners are the ones that fire these coaches in the long run most of the time.
Certainly was in this case.
Right. And so, but I mean, how about thinking, what's been accomplished? And unless, I mean, it's myopic, isn't it? To think if you own an NBA franchise that one coach at the end of the season did a good job and the other 29 or 30 coaches just suck. I mean, at the end of the finals, I mean, will they if Oklahoma City ends up losing this at the end, are there going to be some people that think that this young guy for OKC, just not quite the guy to get them over the top?
They're already on his head for making the lineup change.
Made a couple lineup changes, right? I mean, they might want to get rid of this kid. He's a young guy. He's on his way up. He's doing a fabulous job, but he may not win it all. He might. But I mean, J.B. Bickerstaff's right on. I mean, Malone won the title 2 years ago, Coach of the Year. He gone. The Phoenix guy looks like Craig Elston. Budenholzer, he won a title. He does. He won a title. Then he got Coach of the Year, and he's gone. Now you're getting rid of Tibbs, who's a 2-time Coach of the Year, and has been successful in all 3 stops. I think Thibodeau is a little bit grating on people, but also he didn't change when he got to the Knicks. He was already that way.
Right.
So you should have known when you hired him that that's what you were getting. it really is laughable. The only solace for me and for JB and the coaches is the fact that these owners who keep making these decisions are having to eat almost all of this money that they waste.
They do.
Right?
That's
at
the great part.
least the owners are it's costing the owners for this ridiculous attitude that they have.
Tony, what do you think this is the end of the line as far as this type of decision making that coaches are going to start standing up for this?
I think it's only going to get worse.
Yeah.
There's no signs to tell us that, oh, the buck stops here. This is going to be like the last one that happened. No shot. This is going to keep happening because I don't know. I don't know why it shifted this way. I mean, they've been getting paid a lot of money for a long time. There used to be a little bit more leeway for change and different things to happen. Now it seems like, man, you got 3 years at best. Some years, it's just one. I mean, the Lakers fired head coaches after 1 year, like it was the thing to do there for a second.
Yeah.
It seems like JJ Redick's going to make it beyond the 1 year, but yeah, man, I don't know what changed. Is it the presence of social media that makes everything seem hotter? I don't know. I really don't, but I don't think it reverts backwards to where it was. I think it only gets worse, if anything.
I think there's something to this that owners think that in this day and age, we as fans only gravitate to stuff that's new, right? So a new coach is going to get everybody excited for the next season, whereas bringing back the same coach, no matter what he did, doesn't carry quite the same cachet anymore.
The crazy part is people like to win.
Yeah.
They don't care what the coach is doing if you're winning.
Yeah.
And like the Knicks fans are like, yo, wait a minute. We've been doing this for a very long time, and this feels new. We like it, and we're going to change the coach. And so this is why you have the New York fans who are just have no faith in anything. They just think the worst possible scenario because something like this happens. And it certainly seems like since they fired him that they had zero plan. They've been walking around asking other teams, can they take their coach or interview their coach? And these other teams are basically flipping them the bird, like, get out of here. Get out of my yard. It's hilarious. It's kind of fun to watch them keep calling. By the way, they're calling head coaches that are clearly not going anywhere. And they're being told no at every turn. And it's like they didn't have a plan. They literally thought that teams were going to be like, sure, come in and take our coach. We're all for it.
I think that's the end of the Big Five today. We got really deep into those. Good questions, Frank, really.
Yes, nice work, Frank.
And so much so that we only got 4 in. But we got to take a break. More Gwynn and Chris on the way.
The Fan.
And away we go with the happy hour. All right, let's do it. Final hour, Gwynn and Chris on a Monday. Chris Hello, Tony Gwynn Jr. in Los Angeles. That time. Padres and Dodgers play second series. Dodgers won last week's series. You may recall that. 2-1. And so it is. LA has a 3-game lead in the NL West. Of course, the Giants are ahead of the Padres as well. Padres are a game behind the Giants. Giants are idle tonight as they're allowing Rafael Devers to get comfortable with his new club before he goes to work with the Gigantes tomorrow. Look, can the Padres win 3 out of 4 in LA? Doesn't seem like it, right? I mean, for some reason, I don't think they can, but I hope they can. And if they can, they still only be a game out of first place. This is not the end-all series of the year. It's still mid-June. But it'd be pretty good to get out of there and get back home. Padres offense maybe showing some signs. And that's kind of I think that's the big takeaway from the weekend. I know Saturday night's loss was horrific, and I know a lot of you pretty much gave up the season. By the way, those of you who gave up the season, what are you doing? Like, what are you going to do tonight? Right? You gave up the season. There's no reason to watch Padre baseball. What do you got going tonight? Anybody? Like, it's June 14th. I'm done with this team. I'm done. They're done. They've quit. I've quit. I can't do it. I can't watch it. The manager doesn't know what he's doing. Nobody can hit. And we certainly never get a hit with a runner in scoring position. So if you gave up on the team, all right. Send us a chat. Frank, you got the chat open there, don't you?
I do, yes.
Yeah, tell us what you're doing tonight. Tell us what you got planned for the evening.
Maybe
tonight you can watch a little NBA. Okay, I'll give you that because there's NBA. But after this, I mean, there's really not going to be a whole lot to do. I mean, if you want to quit on the season, I get it, but there's still 3.5 months that you're going to have to find something to occupy your time.
I got prep for our show tomorrow. That's what I got.
That's what you got tonight. Anyway, Padres and Dodgers. Ohtani is pitching tonight. That's a big deal. It's the first time he's ever pitched in Dodger blue. He's going to go 1 inning, maybe 2, according to those in the know. We'll see what happens tonight. Hopefully the Padres don't even let him go 1 inning. Right, Frank? I mean, I'm thinking the total opposite here. The whole idea is for everybody to see Ohtani pitch tonight, and it's going to be the biggest deal in the world, and he's got to, going to star and, get everything rolling here. Padres could put a little crimp in all of those plans. A little 4-run first wouldn't hurt my feelings.
It would be nice to not see him get comfortable, to see him unsettled the entire time. But again, it's been a while since he's pitched. Yeah. Has it been 2 years since he's pitched?
Can he honestly be that fine, that accurate? You wouldn't think so.
It depends. So there are some things I'm sure that he's probably tweaked a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff that we probably haven't seen him change yet. So if that is the case, it could be a little bit of a different look out of Ohtani tonight.
Well,
throw him off. Who knows?
All right, we'll see. Game time 7:10. Dylan Cease, who went 7 shutties with 11 Ks against the Dodgers last week, will try it again against the Blue Crew tonight. If you're just tuned in, the starting lineups are out for the ball game, and Trenton Brooks called up yesterday to replace the concussed Jackson Merrill on the roster. Trenton Brooks gets his first start tonight in the DH spot. Padres have also brought Bryce Johnson back to the roster, outfielder, speedy outfielder, and Luis Campusano goes back down. I don't want to get back into it because I think we went over it enough, but what a waste of time that was to even bring him up. There had to be somebody you could have brought up that could have been more useful to the squad. There just had to be. But we've already gone through it enough, so I'm not going to keep going with that. Couple of baseball, quick things. Tampa Bay 2-0 over Baltimore in the second, Angels, Yankees, nothing in the fourth. Philadelphia, Trey Turner, leadoff home run. They lead Miami 2-1 in the fifth. The Rocks lead Washington 3-2. It's that fifth inning.
Yep.
Frank,
Bottom
up there. College World Series, UCLA scored 3 in the first against LSU. LSU scored 4 in the first against UCLA. So they're rolling around already, 4-3 in the early going. Earlier today, if you missed this, Arkansas's Gage Wood, right-hander, threw a 19 strikeout no-hitter. Other than that, he had a rough day. He hit a batter.
Oh, no.
Yes, I know. Arkansas stayed alive with a 3-0 win over Murray State. And, you know what? Nick Canepa had a good point yesterday in his Sunday column. I read his Sunday column religiously in the UT. You got to – I mean, Nick's still my guy at the UT. And I appreciate him doing some fun stuff that I enjoy on the Sundays. But he said it yesterday. There's absolutely no reason why San Diego State shouldn't be great at baseball, like almost all the time. And then he finished it by saying, like, Murray State is? You know what I mean? Like, Murray State was in the World Series this year. So why can't San Diego State, be in the running? But anyhow, we digress. The big thing in sports to me over the weekend was J.J. Spahn's unbelievable performance and finish at the U.S. Open. San Dimas High School grad was not recruited to play college golf. Not recruited at all. Ended up here at San Diego State. By the time he was done with the Aztecs, he was the Mountain West Conference Player of the Year. But it didn't lead to, success right away. This guy is 34 years old now. So he's turned pro 10, 12 years ago. And so great for him to come through yesterday and not only win it, but win it just in incredible fashion. Those two shots, the drive on 17 and a 64.5-foot putt on 18. Those are shots that few who saw it, and I was among who saw it on TV, but I ain't going to forget those. Those were incredible. So good for J.J. Spahn. And the other news of the weekend, Rafael Devers traded to the Giants. He'll make his debut tomorrow. And Giants play the Red Sox this weekend in San Francisco. It'd be juicier. Major League Baseball could make a quick change and send that series to Boston. I don't believe they can pull that off, Frank.
No. That's a next year thing.
Would that be asking too much for them to? Doesn't baseball have the what do they call it in football? Flex? Yeah. Can't they flex the game?
They flex times, not locations.
I know. They can't flex locations.
You're hoping for a hurricane, a tornado, and an earthquake in San Francisco
that makes
all
them
at the same
have
time.
to move the games to Boston. And frankly, I'm not going to root for that. That's probably a little too much.
Yeah.
NBA Finals Game 5 is tonight. It is 2-2. All the same people who said the Thunder were guaranteed to win this in 4 straight at the beginning are now convinced that the Thunder have already wrapped it up again. So, if you want to believe them, go ahead. I think Indiana's going to stay right there. We'll see how it turns out. I think both teams still have a good shot to win this thing, but you would never believe it by the experts in the NBA. Stephen A. Smith, I respect this guy a ton. He has gone to places where very few sports talk people have gone. I give him a lot of credit. I really respect what he does. But he's lost me on the NBA Finals. And I understand that he has to, get clicks. But to come out before the series started, and he and everyone else, Legler on ESPN, all of the columnists on Windhorst on ESPN, another one, all the columnists I read on USA Today, wherever I read it, every single one of them said not only are the Thunder going to win the series, the Pacers have no shot. They might be lucky to win a game. And furthermore, Oklahoma City is on its way to becoming one of the greatest teams in the history of the NBA. That was what was said before the series started. After Oklahoma City pulled out the win in Game 4 to barely stay alive Friday night, because they don't win that game, right? It's probably over. So they pull that game out. Stephen A. Smith and the rest of them are like, And I can't believe they won that game. And it was incredible. I'm like, what do you mean you can't believe it? You just called them the greatest team in the history of basketball. Now you're surprised they're winning a game?
Because
at least admit to when you were wrong. At least come out and say, hey, look, at the beginning of the series, I said they had no shot. Guess what? I was wrong. Indiana's given them a hell of a run. And maybe Oklahoma City isn't as great yet as I said they were. Then I respect you. But if you're going to just gloss over the fact that you told me they're the best team you've ever seen and then, make comments like that later, I can't get behind that.
And I said it to you off air. It's just what this world has become.
Right,
it's not about being right anymore. It's about being
getting a
first
click.
And getting engagement.
Getting a click.
That's all it is.
Yeah, make sure everybody listens to me. So I have to say something outlandish. This is just a good series is what it is. 3 of the 4 games have come right down to the final minute. And Indiana executed in game 1 and in game 3. And Oklahoma City got the better of it at the end of game 4. Game 5 tonight, 2-2. And they're getting underway in about 15 minutes there. All right, we're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, we're going to talk more about NBA Finals game number 5. Tony and I chatting about, are the refs really determining who's going to win this championship? If you know Tony and I, you know what our response to that question is, but find out for sure after traffic. Beautiful Monday. Southern Californians, we take it for granted. We should not. It is fantastic outside, and it'll be fun tonight, of course, in Los Angeles. Dodgers, Padres. Tony is there. We are here. And while game one of the Dodger-Padres series is going on, Tony, a lot of the basketball world will certainly be focusing, or maybe the sports world will be focusing on game 5, the NBA Finals tonight. Back in OKC, they're tied 2-2. And I got to say, first of all, I want to congratulate Oklahoma City on a really gutty win the other night. I've been on their case. You know, you've been on their case, talking about how they weren't all what they say they were. Look, they had their backs up against the wall.
They did.
They were down 4. There's 2 minutes to go, and they made all the plays down the stretch. And the guy who made them mostly was SGA. And you know, so he could show me his MVP trophy and say, hey, that's why I got it. So I give them the credit they deserve for winning that game and getting this series back, because it was close to slipping away from them. But all anybody's talking about, and this is unfortunately normal for the NBA, Tony, all anybody's talking about is the officiating at the end of the game. And everybody's, at least on social media, continues to show the play where SGA drove baseline or toward the baseline, his team down by a point with 1.5 minutes to go. He clearly, with his off arm, as I've been pointing out for 2 weeks, shoves away the defender. And he shoves the defender away in such a way that he puts himself off balance, picks up the ball, takes 3 steps backwards, and then makes the shot. And Scott Foster, the official, is right there. Now, we talked about, SGA and his ability to, cross it or go right up to the line and not always cross it. I thought this one certainly crossed it. So did a lot of fans. But what should we be doing, if anything? And why does the NBA have this? They have this problem where people think the games are fixed, even when we know how silly that all is.
Listen, the NBA can't do nothing with stupidity, in terms of the fixed thing. I think we all know that it's not fixed. Like there's just too many moving pieces for
right.
it to be fixed. Can a single body, we've learned, can definitely do that. It definitely can happen. But to say the entire game is fixed and to know that they would get that moment to fix it.
Yeah, that's right.
It's just stupid on all levels.
Let's get to Scott Foster, because he's going to be the guy standing there at the pivotal moment.
Yeah, no doubt. Listen, the reality is, and nobody's going to want to hear this, is that we don't have AI doing the games. And they're going to miss some calls, even the ones that are right in front of them. It happens every day in baseball. Ball is literally coming at them, and they miss balls and strikes all the time. I saw it. You saw it. We also got to see it in slow-mo about 1 billion times to only reaffirm what we saw, right? In real time, and Chris, you can speak to this better than me.
That's right.
You can miss it. It could go right across your face, and you just miss it. And I'm sure under those type of intense times, it can happen. It's not what we want. It certainly should have been an offensive foul, in my opinion. But that's as far as it needs to go. It's a missed call. I don't think Scott Foster was high-fiving after the game like, we got him on that one, man. That one came right across my face, and I pretended like I didn't see it, man. That was great, wasn't it?
Beautiful.
I don't think that's happening.
This is why I'm making the big money, guys. I miss those calls.
He missed the call.
Yeah,
I think that's.
And you know what? And the thing, though, that I'm not. Again, you're right, Tony, and I'm not worried about missing a call. What bothers me is that every time there's a call, everybody goes to this whole NBA is fixed thing. Even Rick Carlisle came out and said, "Would you all stop it?" And he lost the game. But he's like, Scott Foster is an unbelievable official. He makes 150 calls a night, and whether that was missed or not doesn't really matter. He does a great job. We got to find a way to win the game. So stop it. So the coaches are telling us to stop it, but we still want to only focus on that. And it's really a shame, because it's taking away, again, from a really good series, one that people didn't think was going to be really good. Well, guess what? 3 of the 4 games have come right down to the last second. I think it's been pretty darn good at basketball.
it's probably the first series that these games have been this close, all of them.
Yeah.
Or 3 of the 4.
Yeah,
So,
it's been really good. So
it has.
We'll see what happens tonight. I think most people think Oklahoma City now with the home court is, back in control. But I would not, don't put it past old Halliburton. He could still come up with something crazy. I just hope, I just wish one time. I mean, it goes back, Jordan still pushed off on Brian Russell in the 1998 Game 6.
Right.
So,
right.
That's almost 20 or almost 30 years ago now. They're still complaining about that. It would be great if an NBA game could be won, if a championship could be won, and they just credit the team that won instead of blaming the officials who, by the way, as we point out a million times, Tony, make thousands of calls during the course of a game. And they want to highlight one at the very end. And that's just not right. So
listen, that also doesn't mean that a ref can't have a bad night where he
that's true too.
Multiple calls. It happens. It happens to players. It happens to officials. I know we get all in our feels that they messing up my bet or they somehow are making money off of this. It's ridiculous. I'm not saying it doesn't happen or it hasn't happened, but it's not happening like everybody thinks it's happening.
For some reason, football and NBA get it the worst. Where people think that the Chiefs never won a playoff game. By the way, in their 3 Super Bowl seasons, the refs won every one of those for the Chiefs. It's incredible. I don't know if
football's even more hilarious to me because those dudes are literally having car crashes. You think they are just out there fixing games so they can run into each other like this? There's just so many things that it's just question what our thinking sometimes.
I was one more thing on the NBA Finals because I think it has been really good and on the officiating and the whole thing. I just let these guys go out and enjoy the game. We seem to have this desire to not enjoy when something is really good right in front of us, and that's just a general theme in overall in these team sports. And we're seeing a really good NBA Finals. So stop trying to make it a bad one. I mean, just enjoy it. It's been good. I hope it goes 7. I think it really can go 7. And if you lost your bet at the end and you had Indiana, blame Halliburton for taking a 3/4 court shot at the buzzer when he could have run it under for a free layup and gotten under the point spread. If you bet on that, you're stupid. Don't blame the Pacers or anybody else for that. But the spread was 6.5, and OKC won by 7 in game 4. All right, game 5 is tonight. We'll see how that goes. Of course, Tony will be at the baseball. We'll probably be flipping back and forth here as we continue on Gwynn and Chris.
Ben and Woods on the Fan.
Coming up on Tuesday, Padres continue their 4-game series in L.
maybe the Red Sox didn't get enough for Rafael Devers, or maybe they did. I just find it funny that got to throw a Nico Harrison reference in there. Forever, ever, ever, the Dallas GM is stupid. Yeah, I still don't think he's that dumb. I'm probably in the minority, but still think Anthony Davis, with now the number 1 pick coming in, they can convince Kyrie to stay. I think Dallas can still have something. And the one thing with Luka Doncic, as great as he is offensively, and I think he is great. I love to watch him. I don't think he's ever going to be, chiseled. I don't think Luka's ever going to be that committed. And I know for a fact defensively, he's never going to be anywhere close to some of the best Lakers of all time. Just not going to happen. So you Laker fans, you got Luka, you got your billboard, you got your guy to build around. He's incredible. But Dallas traded him because they didn't think he was ever going to play defense or be able to be any good at it. And if you go back to the playoffs last year, he was like basically, what do they call the revolving door? I think they call that. Basically, turnstile. Thank you. That's what it was. He kind of would stand there, then he'd kind of turn around as the guy went right by him. And that happened time and time and time and time. And teams started just picking on it.
Yeah.
It was like too easy. He's a great offensive skilled player. I can't take that away, but there's more to the game, at least in my mind. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're absolutely right.
So anyway, Lakers, you got Luka, and I think the trade favored the Lakers. But to just say that the Dallas guy's a nincompoop and compare him to every stupid trade ever made, I don't think is fair. And I think a lot of it is because the Dallas people, the fans, were so livid to lose, Luka, that they hung this Nico Harrison guy in effigy and whatnot down there.
I think fuming is a little bit of an understatement, that they were mad about it. That's an understatement.
Yeah, they were going crazy. They were setting fires in the streets. Yikes. Okay. Welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. We got one final lengthy segment here ahead of the Padre pregame show. Padres and Dodgers tonight. We'll see Trenton Brooks. He'll make his Padre debut, batting in the number 7 spot, DH in this evening. Good luck to Trenton. He had 25 at-bats last year with San Francisco. He takes the spot of Jackson Merrill, who was put on the concussion list for a 7-day spell. That Jackson Merrill injury is weird to me. I'm just not, some doctor could explain it to me better, but I don't, he tagged him on the head. There was some force.
Looked like he jammed
the helmet in there.
His neck down.
It was weird.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah. The funny thing, not the funny thing, but the most interesting thing to me of the whole play was that for some reason, Dr. Ketel Marte knew right away that something was wrong.
Yes, because you could feel like when you hit somebody that hard, and you could feel like their neck jolt and jam. You could feel that.
Yeah, Ketel Marte was like, "Oh no, something really bad just happened."
Yeah.
So anyway, Merrill hopefully is back, at the end of the week. But you got Tyler Wade in center field tonight, and that opens up the DH spot for Trenton Brooks to make his Padre debut. Shohei Ohtani starts for the Dodgers. How long will he pitch tonight in his first pitching outing in a couple of years anyway? The rest of the Dodger lineup's pretty much what it normally is. I mentioned this last week when they came here. On paper, the Dodgers are better. I'm sorry, you don't want me to say it, but they have Tommy Edman batting 9th. Are you kidding me? The Padres putting somebody of that caliber in the 9 hole? They're not, right?
That's what happens when you have a loaded lineup.
God, Tommy Edman bats 9th tonight. Andy Pages is 7th. Anyway, Dodgers are tough. They took 2 out of 3 last week. We'll see if the Padres can't return the favor. It is a 4-game series. The Dodgers do not have a starting pitcher listed for either of the next 2 games.
No, they do not. If you would look at their options as far as that's concerned. So let me get back to it. There it is.
Well, they got Kasparius, right?
Kasparius,
I mean, he can start one of them.
Clayton Kershaw, Dustin May, Robleski.
I don't think it'll be May.
In that.
Well, May pitched yesterday, so I don't think he's in the hunt. Clayton Kershaw might be one, but we'll see what the Dodgers do. You know, Dave Roberts, I think, and I'm a fan. I know that we're not allowed, but I'm still a fan. He's a San Diego guy. I think he's a good dude, but I also think that Dave Roberts just has to do a lot of that gamesmanship thing.
Well, it also doesn't help that your entire starting rotation plus 3 more are hurt.
It doesn't, but he still could, he's just trying to toy with everybody. And it's like, enough already. You're not splitting the atom here. Tell us who your pitcher is. It's not going to change the world. Oh, no. Oh, God, no. This is a national secret. We cannot tell you who's pitching tomorrow and Wednesday. Okay, fine.
Padres have a national secret for Thursday.
We don't have a pitcher listed for Thursday national. We have our own national secret.
Right. That's Ryan Berger's spot in the rotation. But
I thought Berger looked pretty good Saturday night. Made one bad pitch, but Eugenio Suarez has hit a lot of pitches over the fence this year. Other than that, what did he strike out? 8 or 9 guys?
Think so, yeah.
He was smoking them in there pretty good.
See,
we know he wasn't the reason they lost that game Saturday night.
He struck out 8, walked 2 in 90 pitches.
Looked good.
Matt Waldron reportedly looked pretty good.
So maybe
El
he's
Paso,
ready to come up.
Yeah, that could be it.
Or maybe it'll be Yu Darvish. Nope, he was put on the 60-day IL today. Transferred to the 60-day IL. Sorry?
About that.
Yeah, you will not be pitching Thursday or probably anytime soon, unfortunately. That's just the way that continues to go for the Friars. JJ Spawn, we've talked about him quite a bit today. I just want to repeat a couple of things. Number one, Ryan Donovan, who's also been on our show, is the head golf coach at San Diego State. And even Ryan Donovan remembers in talking about JJ Spawn, quote, I didn't even give him a scholarship. Like, I just offered him a spot on the team and said, see if you can get better. This is where JJ Spawn came from, right? Yep. Out of high school, nobody really recruited him. Comes to San Diego State. The coach says, all right, but I can't even give you a scholarship. That's how much I think of you at this moment. And, Ryan Donovan's a pretty smart guy. He knows his golf pretty well. And I think Ryan Donovan, I would imagine, gets a lot of the credit for helping JJ Spawn become what he's become during his career at San Diego State, which ended in 2012 as the Mountain West Conference's Player of the Year. But now 13 years into his career, he wins that U.S. Open in dramatic fashion yesterday. One of the highlights of the year for me. I've had 3 highlights this year, Frank, already, and it's June, so I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's solid.
Yesterday, leaping off the couch at least twice, maybe 3 times for JJ Spawn. That was, I don't do that, but it was too exciting. 2 was the tennis a week ago. 5.5 hours, the level of play between Alcaraz and Sinner, off the charts. That's what sports is all about. And then the first one is just my own one that you wouldn't get. But being there when the Aztec women's team beat UNLV and then took that triple overtime win over Wyoming to win the conference championship in February or March, that was exciting to be part of that with those kids. So I've had 3 really good ones so far this year. I hope maybe I left room for the Padres to sneak a couple of those moments in the second half.
Yeah, the cutting down the net, I'm sure for you, was unbelievable.
Yeah, I like cutting down the net, but they did it. I was just there to be, watch it and kind of enjoy it. But that was fun. Couple of other quick stories that I don't think we've touched on. We've touched on as many different things as we could. The Arkansas kid threw the no-hitter today with 19 strikeouts, first World Series no-hitter. in 65 years. So that was quite the performance. Tonight it's 5-3 LSU, and they're in a rain delay in Omaha. Game 5 of the NBA Finals is underway. First quarter just started. 13-12. Oklahoma State leads. We did have this is for you, Frank.
Okay.
All right. Ron Taylor. That's right. I said it. Ron Taylor, right-handed pitcher, pitched for the Padres, believe it or not, for a year in 1972. But prior to that, he pitched for the New York Miracle Mets of 1969. He led your team, Frank, with 59 appearances that year. He had 13 saves. He also saved Game 2 of the World Series. So he passed on today at the age of 87. I don't necessarily owe him a tip of the cap, but I think you do.
He was a workhorse, and I remember every game.
You don't remember. You've never even heard of him. Of course you haven't. It was well before your time. But as a Met fan, I think you ought to
watching him pitch.
Yeah, I think you ought to take him.
Given other day.
Right. Yeah, I just think you ought to give him a. That's all. You don't have to go overboard on this. But he passed on today at the age of 87, and he was a member of one of your championship squads.
Yes.
I think that there's something to that. I'm not quite sure what. Do you have anything that's on your mind, Frank?
I got a lot of things that are on my mind. Nothing that
nothing sports related.
Yeah, no, nothing a therapist wouldn't be thrilled to hear about. Just looking through, I'm interested with this Padre lineup tonight. Just with what we've seen over these last couple of weeks.
Right. Can we build on that?
Yeah, exactly. It's Sheets in left is a little bit interesting, especially now that you have Lockridge still here. Now you have Bryce Johnson that's here. I'm sure he probably made the trip yesterday, so he's probably there.
So you think, defensively they'd be better there, but they want the bat.
Yeah.
And so they're giving Trenton Brooks a shot at DH tonight. Look, Sheets has not been challenged in the last couple of games in left field, but I'm going to stand by what I said. And if I turn out to be wrong and Gavin Sheets wins the Gold Glove someday, I'll admit it. But I think it's a bit irresponsible to put him out there.
I agree.
And I only say that because if he runs into the wall and we miss him for 2 months, that could be a huge blow to us. And Gavin is the kind of guy that is going to sell out. And he's not very smooth in left field. It's okay. Not everybody's good at everything. And that's okay. But for now, it's kind of he's doing what he has to do. And I commend him for it. It's the exact opposite of Devers, who said, he didn't want to look bad playing first base. Gavin Sheets could say, I don't want to look bad playing left field, but he's not. He's going out there.
But he also
I appreciate that.
He's also not one of those guys. He's not on that level of a Rafael Devers where they are going to find a way to work him into
you're
the
right.
lineup.
They're not going to give in to Gavin Sheets. Right. Gavin Sheets is still in a prove it stage, but he's been proving it all year. So I give him a lot of credit for this. Manny's been fabulous. And I just hope Tatis can build on the 4 hits.
Yeah.
Yesterday, he had 8 hits in the weekend. So it's 2, 2, and 4. Hopefully Fernando, has a big week. They're going to need it here in LA. I was encouraged by Bogarts and Cronenworth delivering the first 3 runs of that game yesterday. I don't expect those 2 guys to be 100 RBI guys, okay, but they have to give you something. They can't just bat 5th and 6th and not produce anything. Cronenworth's only got 17 RBIs. I know he missed some time, but 17 is not great for a middle-of-the-order hitter. Bogarts, I think, has 22.
25.
He's up to 25. But, Xander hasn't had the slug. Because really, there isn't a whole lot else. I'm a little surprised. I'll be honest. I don't know what, but they love Maldonado. They absolutely love him.
Yeah.
And if you were ever going to give Elias Diaz another game it would seem coming off yesterday would be a pretty good time. He had a double and a homer.
Well,
and they got a veteran pitching tonight in Cease. Usually I understand Maldonado pitching because they like him to catch the younger guys because he's Maldonado. But I thought Diaz would play tonight.
He's been doing it all year, though, matching the catchers with the pitchers. So it's whatever pitcher you feel,
I don't know
whichever
what he
catcher
matches.
you feel more comfortable with.
Yes, I know he's been doing it all year, but there's no methodology to it.
Sometimes you don't need to have it. Sometimes it's just, okay, I'm Dylan Cease. Okay, I feel more comfortable with Maldonado. So that's who you go with.
Maldonado, to me, has got to be even better defensively than he is because he doesn't give you anything else. And I haven't seen him be great defensively this year. I think his best defensive days are behind him. He's average. But where he's not average is stuff that I can't see and you can't see.
Right.
And that is his, handling of the game, calling pitches, knowledge, those things. That's where the coaching staff thinks he is off the charts. I mean, they, don't ever ask, Mike Schilt why Maldonado's playing. He'll give you like an earful for that question. So yesterday, great moment in the game. I mentioned it with Tony earlier, but I'm going to bring it up to you again in case it happens. Fernando on first, gets a great jump, would have had second base stolen easily, and Arise. What is he doing? Swinging the bat. Well, maybe doubling down the line into the corner and bringing in the run. I just loved that moment because of how angry everybody was last week when Arise swung on a play where and it was like, he's got to let him run there. Doesn't he understand baseball? Doesn't he know what he's doing? He's got to let him run because he can't hit, and he's got to let him go. He's got to know that he got a good jump. He's got to take the pitch. He always takes the pitch. Anyway, why didn't he take that one? And then Fernando steals, and then you're good to go because now Arise will get a single and he'll, tie it up, etc. Well, this is why Arise swings, because the ball's right there where he thinks he can crush it. And last week, he flied out.
Yep.
This time, he got the run in. Wonderful. Good job. Frank and I are both looking at the screen because the Rockies have just pulled off some heroics here. A home run. Was it Goodman again?
Yes, it was.
Wow. Second of the night for Hunter Goodman. This guy's becoming something out here. Rockies tie the Nationals 4-4 in the ninth.
I think
it's not a game anybody necessarily cares about, except for the fact that the Rockies are kind of historically bad to this point.
I think it's something we can revel while we let the people listen to some traffic report.
Okay.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is brought to you by the Salute to Heroes Golf Tournament, July 28th at Loma Santa Fe Country Club. Stop on 805 cleared an accident near Governor, but now an accident up ahead near the 8th. Those vehicles are over to the right shoulder. Then stalled vehicle right before University. This one is in middle lanes. Tow truck on scene, helping to get that out of there. Crash is cleared on south on 163, just past Friars Road. The Salute to Heroes Golf Tournament is back July 28th at Loma Santa Fe Country Club. Join sports legends and celebrities and tee off to support local heroes. Register now at sandiegosocialleagues.org. That's sandiegosocialleagues.org. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to finish up with this because tonight Ohtani is starting. And that's the big news in all of baseball. And, maybe even as big or not bigger than the NBA Finals. Shohei Ohtani is pitching.
Are we giving Scraby a nod here? Is that what we're doing?
We're finishing with this.
We had the same exact thought.
Earlier today, former interpreter for the Dodgers, Shohei Ohtani, Ippei Mizuhara, reported to jail. Yep, that's right. Ippei Mizuhara, 40 years old, ordered to surrender to federal authorities by Monday. Today was his last chance to do it. He showed up. He's in custody now at the Federal Correctional Institute in Allenwood, in Pennsylvania. It's a low security facility. So if you want to break in and go see him and say hello, you might be able to get in.
I don't think that's how it works.
It's not that low security.
No.
They don't just let you in.
No, I think it's for low risk inmates.
Low risk inmates. Okay, thank you. Anyway, Ipe, 57 months. I don't know how much he'll end up serving, but he stole. Do you know how much money he stole from Ohtani?
Like 30 million, wasn't it?
$17 million. Now, according to Scraby, he didn't steal any. According to Scraby, Ohtani spent all this money and Ipe just took the fall for it. That's according to our sources.
Our most recent conspiracy.
Name that conspiracy. Anyway, and Scraby thinks, and I love this, Scraby thinks that Ipe only reported to jail, or no, let me start again. Scraby thinks that Ohtani is only starting tonight. So, and he and Dave Roberts got together with the Dodger organization, according to Scraby, organized Ohtani starting tonight as a cover, as a shield, so that Ipe could quietly slip into jail without anybody noticing it. Scraby, you are unbelievable, honestly, the things that you think you believe. Anyway.
Isn't that
what?
I don't quite understand. So you're taking the heat off of the guy who stole money from you.
Yeah, but he didn't, according to
you
Scraby.
Allegedly want no.
Understand that Ipe didn't steal a dime from Shohei, according to Scraby. According to Scraby, Ipe took the fall for Shohei, and Shohei lost all the money gambling. Ipe took the fall. And what Shohei is doing by pitching tonight is only a bit of a payback to his friend Ipe by covering and taking all the media attention while Ipe can quietly slip into jail and serve the time that, according to Scraby, Shohei should be serving. I wish Scraby were here so he could tell me if that's correct or not, but I think it is.
I'm sure he'll tell you tomorrow. It's 57 months.
Right. So that's 5 years, right? 60 months is 5 years. So
more or less.
Almost 5 years. Probably serves 2.5 unless he's doing some, other shenanigans.
It's a low security prison. I don't think he's going to be running any gambling rings.
Any gambling rings in there? Why not? What else do they do?
Again, if you're Ohtani, and it does kind of lend to the conspiracy.
Oh, it's all conspiracy. Yeah, I love it.
How do you not notice $17 million go missing from your bank account? Like, how do you not notice that? I can't
necessarily speak to that.
I notice when 17 cents goes missing from my account.
I can't speak to that, because I only have 11 million in my account, so I don't know what would happen if 17 million were to be gone. But I think people like Shohei. I think a lot of them. I remember a story about Steve Young, the old quarterback.
Yep.
For the 49ers. And somebody went to do an interview with him. I think it was Sports Illustrated or, one of those things, big takeout article. And the guy walked in and they sat down and they're sitting there talking. And the guy looks over and he sees a check on the coffee table, the end table there. And he kind of peeking. I think Steve Young had gone off to get some iced tea or something. He's kind of looking over and he goes, sees it. It's a check from the 49ers made out to Steve Young for $1.4 million or something like this. It was a paycheck or whatever it was. And the guy was like, couldn't believe it. Like, who would not, immediately deposit a $1.5 million check? But Steve Young was, I'll get it next week or whatever.
Yeah, I'll be all right.
So I think that's similar to Shohei with the 17 million. I think you get so much money. It's coming from so many different places and so many different people that you're not quite sure, and you just don't even really pay attention anymore. I think that's how it can happen, is what I'm saying.
No, I understand. It's just so weird to not notice that much money go missing.
Yeah.
Like somebody, I'm sure he at some point has an accountant. Like there's somebody somewhere going,
right. Well,
hey, listen, bud, we got some stuff missing here.
Well, I think Ipe was kind of the guy that he put in charge of his money, even though Ipe wasn't an accountant of any kind.
It's like putting a raccoon in charge of guarding the trash. Like it's not gonna work.
Let's at least be 100% honest here. In the smart category, on this one anyway, Ohtani does not rank very high.
No,
not at all. You got to say that at the very least. Ohtani does not rank high. Anyway, happy prison time, Ipe. We'll see when you get out. All right, we got another minute left, and it is we got to do the ID.
Yes.
And then I got more good news for Scraby on the other side of the ID.
KWFN and KWFN HD1 San Diego.
Hey, it's Chris Ello, the encyclopedia voice of Chris versus the fans. Listen for yourself to Gwynn and Chris, weekdays from 2 to 6 p.m. on 97.3 The Fan.
And Odyssey Sports Station.
For Scraby, again, the world just keeps getting better and better by the minute. La Costa Canyon, former star Mickey Moniak hits his second. Oh, no, he had a triple earlier. He homers here in the ninth.
Oh, wow.
2-run shot. The Rockies have gone ahead of Washington 6-4. Hunter Goodman hit 2 homers, including the tying home run earlier in the ninth inning. So the Rockies could be on their way to a rare win there. Phillies lead the Marlins 3-1. They're late in that one, bottom of the 8th. Angels and Yankees scoreless in the 8th. Giancarlo Stanton has made his debut, 1 for 3 so far in this game. Tampa Bay leads Baltimore 7-1. The Orioles continue to just kind of be puzzling. The Lowe and Lau brothers for Tampa Bay. Josh Lowe has homered, as has Brandon Lau. And, of course, both names are spelled the same. So you go figure all that out. Baltimore's got to be the most underachieving team in baseball, do they not? Is there anyone you would put with them?
Easily.
Yeah, right. They're 30-40. They're 10 games under 500.
They're fighting for a division last year, were they not?
They have been the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
And they're young, right? They were young, getting better, supposedly. I think the Braves are a disappointment. But you know, they have a few excuses.
Yeah, they had injuries.
Ton of injuries that sure.
Baltimore did not have.
No, agreed. I think those are the only two. Baseball's pretty on point this year. If you go back to preseason picks, the teams that were supposed to be bad are all pretty bad, and the teams that are supposed to be good are all pretty good.
Some of them, won't mention any names, but are a little bit worse than people thought they were going to be.
The Rockies may get you by the time it's over. Who knows? Maybe they're starting to turn the corner. It's possible. We'll see. I think, one of the surprising teams of the year, if I had to rank a most surprising team in baseball, I'd have to go with the Giants. Did not expect them to be 10 games over 500. I expected, fourth place is what I expected. So I think most people did. Do you think? No? Who would be a bigger surprise?
It would have been a close fourth place, because remember, we were talking a lot if the Braves or if the Mets couldn't catch the Phillies,
that the West could get all the wild cards.
West was going to get all three. So
yeah,
I don't know if you could call the Giants.
If you don't go with the Giants, is there a single team out there that has a bunch more wins than we thought they
probably
have?
Milwaukee.
Well, again, but to me, they're similar to the Giants. Milwaukee won the division last year.
But you didn't expect them. Everyone had them down this year. No one expected them to be competitive this year.
Everybody was wrong. And you know what? It's okay to admit when you're wrong, Stephen A. Smith. First quarter, Oklahoma City 23, Indiana 17. That's the latest on Game 5. For the latest on Padres Dodgers, stick around. Sam Levitt's pregame show is next. Thank you, Frank, for sitting in nicely, as always. Tony and I are back tomorrow at 2 o'clock on 97.3 The Fan. Adios.